Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Blue.
I didn't think that everyone worked.
Yeah, for some reason full rabbit words.
I got distracted by trying to convert time zones. I think it might be 11:30 GMT. Because it does start at 3:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, yeah, it might be. Well, Pacific Standard is -7, so that would be would probably be +8 for
What time was
most of
it?
us. 3:30 p.m. Pacific. I used to be really good at converting US times because
I
I
have
have
Google.
a lot of friends.
I have Google. It's 11:30 for you.
Yeah.
12:30 for me.
So about after this game stops, which is nice.
Thursdays are definitely a good day now.
Mm. Anyway, to get us started, I believe everyone has managed to finish their characters. Noah has even been extremely productive.
No, just I have only like 20 named background characters or something.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
How many of you have you drawn?
None.
Hmm.
And half of them are dead ancestors who don't count.
Yeah.
Still,
Oh,
That was a
Anyway.
lot of characters.
Yes.
I was proud how I was the only one who knew that GURPS is played on a hexagonal grid, but then I realized my token is the wrong way.
Yeah, he has a horizontal hexagonal, which and GURPS uses vertical.
I don't change it because it looks cool. Looks cooler that this way than the other way.
I can change it to horizontal. It's just a
Yeah.
bit of a hassle.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if half of us have, like, over half of us have, like, round tokens anyway, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. Well, in any case, last session we ended after your dear friend and contact Sylvester Thornton had given you a job to investigate a house of a dead merchant.
I was just...
If you haven't seen it yet, here he is. Although he does spend more than his means, which means he's constantly in debt and stuff like that. And pretty much all of you know him in some way or another. You don't have to pay for him as a contact, by the way. But the group decided that this sounded interesting enough to investigate because there was a reward for any sort of ledgers that the party could put their hands on and give to Sylvester. There was also the prospect of maybe finding some interesting stuff since the merchant in question had some interest in necro units and had a rumor that he might be interested in some of the occult. And so far you have managed to confirm these claims as Noah found some interesting occult books, and I believe it was the professor that found no, it was Ebenezer who found a book on necro unit maintenance and programming.
Yeah, the professor just found the travel journal.
Yeah. So far, you have investigated most of the ground floor. You ran into a cook that was wielding a cleaver, and you promptly closed the door on him, pretty much literally. Then you found the study and the adjoining storeroom, which also had a locked cellar, which you entered. Found 2 old ledgers of transfers and merchant contacts and stuff like that. And as you exited, Ebenezer had heard someone in the background coming stomping down and dove into the storeroom with the rest of the party trying to get cover. Toad, since you weren't here, I didn't tell anyone what it was Ebenezer ran from, but you would know. You saw what could only be described as a heavily steroid-induced necro unit.
Combat model.
He looked like he probably would be, or heavy lifting or something for that kind, and he came stomping down the stairs, and you were the first one to catch his glimpse and a glimpse of him. And considering you're not really like, you're a gentleman, you can defend yourself, but necro units are not that easy to defend against, considering they're technically dead.
It's different from a pickpocket or a mugger.
Yeah. Like, shooting them in the chest usually don't do much.
You saw me dive into the place.
Is there like a way to short-circuit them?
No. They are made using technomancy, and it's a very intricate and very well-researched way of technomancy. But basically, what most people know is that necro units are durable, like very durable.
So I dive into the closet, and I'm gonna inform everybody. There's something large coming.
Yes, and we ended the session as the entire group saw a abnormally large booted foot step into view of the door frame.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Now, we are going to start this session with a combat. So,
Oh, great.
everyone can click their token and their initiative button, which is a clock button on their character sheet, on the general.
Next to the speed.
Yes, your speed.
Oh, I probably need to select my token.
Thankfully, you don't roll initiative in GURPS, so...
Do you have to have the initiative window up?
Oh my god, someone are so fast.
Oh, it is up, never mind.
It's also that I think it's me and Noah who are the dexterous ones in the group.
Pretty much.
Yep. We don't have cranky parts.
Yeah.
Okay, which one of you have the highest DX?
Mine's 12.
Mine is 14.
Okay, so Dan is first. And then that's the only tie that needs to be resolved. Okay, so what you can see right now, this is all theater of the mind, by the way, don't mind the grid. You can see a giant booted foot, and probably it's just behind the left flank of the door frame, which is not on the side the door opens, by the way. It opens to the right. You are all not crammed into the storeroom because it's a medium-sized storeroom. Like, you can fit quite a few bits in here.
Like a 12 by
But-
12.
It's like 12 by 12 feet.
Yeah, not 12 by 12 grids.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like you don't have a direct target, but you know where he is.
Okay.
Yes.
Are
Also-
held.
For Noah and Ebenezer's sake, since you probably haven't done GURPS combat before. GURPS combat is 1 second turns. So you have a single action per turn, and you can see your actions if you look up in the base book, and there is a section called Combat Light that has pretty much everything you need to know.
Oh god, I had forgotten it was 1 second. Well, the plan I had is discarded. I need to come up with something else.
Were held actions a thing in GURPS? I presume so.
Yes, they are.
And I hold my action to kick him in the face until I can see what I'm kicking.
So you want to hold a move and attack.
Oh wait, yeah, cause I thought I was never mind actually.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
standing a little
yeah.
bit away from the door because Ebenezer just barreled into the room and kind of like pushed you back.
I'll ready my knife.
Yeah, which is I believe a free action for you because
Yeah.
spring
Oh, yeah.
loaded.
Not yet.
Oh, it's not yet actually?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's just readying your knife. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, I guess I'll ready my sword.
Okay, so you draw your sword,
Yes.
which is a very fancy rapier, if I remember correctly.
No, it's a saber.
Oh, it's a saber.
Yeah, I
Good.
switched it because rapiers are sissy swords.
Well,
Hey, don't say that. I have one.
too bad, Professor. Oh, Professor.
Well, I guess I'll draw my sword too, since I have a feeling that if I used my flamethrower, everything would burn, including us.
Pretty much.
If it didn't burn everything, we'd die of carbon monoxide poisoning. Well, you guys would die. I'd be fine.
I have a gas mask.
Ebenezer.
Can I draw both my pistols in a turn? Because I'm
Yes.
ambidextrous. So I'm
Yes,
gonna
you
draw both the pistols with the frowny faces on the hilt. They're the real pistols.
And after drawing the weapon, could I ready? So if he got to us, I could strike.
No, sadly you can't. That would be a held action.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, readying something is a 1 second action. So there is stuff that lets you do a ready action for free. For example, Daniel is going to get spring-loaded knives, so he can ready them for a free action.
Ah, that sounds nice.
Anyway, then it's the big bastard. The big bastard now steps into the door. And this guy takes up like the entirety of the door frame. He's almost so that he would hit his head on the top of the door frame.
He's like
so,
a
so
brick
he's
wall,
like 2
and
meters
like
tall.
his back kind of arches up, and his head's kind of like a gorilla.
Yeah, he's like it's slightly like sunken in. He's dressed in what you would call like it's a sailor's outfit. It's like a shirt, a pair of sturdy pants and boots, and that's pretty much it. And like a sash to hold it all together. He's muscular, hulking, and his head is like lulled to the side. because most necro units they have this gait that is very mechanical, and they don't move very much when they do things. So their heads tend to like loll to one side, their eyes don't focus, stuff like that. They're kind of freaky to have to deal with. But pretty much his entire action is just getting in and standing so that he's blocking the door. And he seems to be trying to take in what is going on in here. They're also not very smart, obviously, because they're programmed dead machines, basically. So, Daniel, it is your turn again.
Was it a free action to yell something? Or
Yes.
I'll just not very calmly inform the others that we should probably run.
He's blocking the only exit.
And yes, this is gonna be a really, really bad idea, but that's one of the things that Dan's known for. So I'm gonna move in melee with him. I'm not gonna attack him, just move.
Okay, just move. So you move right next to him, and how big is Dan? For reference.
Not big enough. Medium size. Like, he's like a strength sake, he's completely average. So, and because he's
So he's like a 5'8".
yeah, and Fluff-wise, he would probably be a bit smaller because Fluff-wise is everything the small guy. So
Okay,
he doesn't
so-
use strength but skill.
So like a 5'5".
He's the grease man.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a kind of a funny dichotomy of size as you step up to this hulking mass, and yeah. Could you roll me 3d6? Yeah. So, like, it doesn't, like, the standing right in front of this thing is kind of unnerving, but you keep your cool. You don't freak out, so to speak, because you can hear his like heavy breathing, you can hear like tendons tightening as he just moves ever so slightly, and it's really freaky. Noah.
Well, first of all, I'm going to ask through which door? I mean, what door? There's no doors currently. But there was a trap door on the
Yes.
floor.
There's still an open trapdoor leading down to the cellar area. But when you were down there, you didn't see an exit other than
Yeah.
the trapdoor.
Can I look for another trapdoor? Or any kind of way out other than the door? Or is it obvious that there's none?
Give me a perception check.
Remember, perception is an attribute.
Oh, a 6. That's almost a crit for you. Well, you actually think that because this guy is so massive, and most of you aren't, you might be able to sneak through his legs if you wanted to.
Huh.
Like, just dash under him, basically.
Could I try that?
You could. It would be either an acrobatics check or a DX minus 3 check.
Okay, so I don't have acrobatics, so this should be fun.
I'm just wondering, would because evade is a thing made especially for this, I presume that would apply.
Yes, it probably would.
Would I be able to use my judo though instead? Because technically it would be only if he's actively trying to block me. Because judo is just redirecting punches, and that way moving.
I'd say for this, yes. Because
Okay.
their necro units are usually very slow and easy to like anticipate.
Okay. Also gravity.
Now I'm a little nervous because if I fail, I will probably end up lying on the floor, but yeah. That's not great
Okay, so
for me.
because this guy is kind of slow and sluggish, you still get through, but you're prone on the other side of him. Like you literally you like threw yourself between his legs.
But at least he doesn't see me right now.
Professor,
Yeah, this room, it had clothes or something like that.
it has crates and a few barrels. Let's see here. What did I put? I believe it was like just general trade goods in them. Basically.
Can I see one where there's some cloth?
You've only opened one crate, so that's the only one you can like access in a turn's worth.
It was spices.
Yes.
Well, then I'll find my. I guess it must be my machinist kit or my mechanics kit, and I will find an oil can.
Okay. Well, roll me 3d6 to see if you actually have an oil can, because that's something you usually buy, like when you need it.
Oh, I figured it was part of the kit.
Well, it's like it's just a kit, so it's not all of the tools you need. It's like
And
what
it might
the
be like
minimum.
one of those tiny oil cans with only like a few ounces in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you have an oil can.
Well,
It's like
then,
it's a tiny little thing, but you have one.
Yeah, I only need a tiny little one. And yeah, well, I guess I'm using my turn getting it up.
To describe an oil can in this setting, it's like a little metal container that has a handle and a small lever and a spigot, so it can get into like the narrow places.
It's like the Tin Man's head from Wizard of Oz.
Not really. I actually
Well,
have one of those here at home, so
You have the
Anyway.
Demon's head at home?
no, an oil can with a spigot and a lever.
That makes more sense.
So my
Uh,
first question is my thermographic vision on all the time?
You can basically choose to use your thermographic vision as a free action.
And my second question is, are there called shots in GURPS?
Yes.
The GURPS combat is basically just cold shots.
Yeah, I would like to activate my thermographic vision and try to see where most of the heat is on his body.
Oh, he is stone cold.
Isn't anything producing heat?
There is a little bit of heat in the chest area and a little bit of heat in the head area. But he is almost as cold as the walls that are surrounding you.
Okay. Well, I think activating that and looking him over is my turn.
Actually, perception is pretty much a free action, and you using your thermographic is also a free action because you can just switch between them at will.
I'm gonna say, reach for the sky. That'll be my action.
All right, you point your guns at him.
Oh yeah, both of them.
Yeah. So I would say you use your action pretty much to aim.
Okay.
All right, the big bastard. He only really has one thing that he knows. So he is going to swing at Dan that is right in front of him.
I would like to parry.
You may. He is using an all-out attack.
Which,
I believe gives him a +2.
Yeah, it gives him +2, but he can't dodge.
yeah, well, I was more wondering what kind of an all-out attack was it, because there's multiple of them. There's a double one as well.
That's a hit.
I will roll my parry. Any more? That is not a success.
No, so you get hit by this massive fist, just doing a massive haymaker, basically. Like he almost catches the door frame, but you get a feeling that the door frame probably wouldn't give him much resistance. Let's see here. He would do.
Oh, well, that's actually not more.
So he hits you in the chest with this like massive haymaker for 6.
Okay.
So much damage.
Yep.
He's a mound of muscle. What can I say? Well, Dan, it's now your turn. What sort of damage did you take from that hit? Because I don't know your armor.
I think I have say, I haven't actually entered my DR for some reason, but I think I have a constant 1.
All right.
Oh,
so
I have 1 on it. I have 1 everywhere except 2 on the important parts. I think.
So chest.
Wait,
So
no,
okay.
no. Yeah, I have one everywhere because I couldn't
Okay.
actually take the penalties.
Okay, so 5. So any action you take has a -5.
Yeah.
Because of shock.
I'm starting to notice that this is not exactly a nice thing. So I would like to try and do it, what Noah did.
Come again?
I would try to do what Noah did and try to skip
Okay.
under.
Hopefully
Yeah.
more gracefully.
You can use your judo for this, as I said.
Okay, so I have 12 with them when we apply to my -5. Because techniques are insane.
You have 17 judo?
And 2 evade. That's actually 14. Oh yeah, I have a high dex and I put 16 points in it. I have a lot of skills.
Yeah, well, that's your thing.
Yeah.
So you're very skillful.
I have actually, I did math wrong, which I'm slightly embarrassed, but whatever.
And I thought I was skillful. I have only 73 points in skills.
I'm closer to 100.
Well, he is skilled in physical skills.
Yeah.
You are like Ebenezer, which are mostly mental.
Oh,
Hey. So you managed to get under his legs. You kind of have to like step over Noah and move out of the way, but it's much more graceful.
also it was
You-
against 14, but whatever.
And you didn't step on my head.
Well, Noah, it's now your turn. You're prone.
Free action to say ouch.
I'm gonna get up. Obviously.
Hmm.
Or I could just crawl a little further and then get up. Yeah. Now. Now what? I could try to stabbity stab, or I could just run away like a smart person.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so standing up from a prone position takes 2 actions.
Okay.
Yes. Getting prone in GURPS is a very high penalty. You can still crawl.
Yeah, I'm gonna crawl a little bit further away from the crazy creature thing.
Let's see here. Where's crawl? I don't think I have the right book up. This is what I get for not playing GURPS in a while. I keep forgetting stuff. All right, I have the actual GM screen. I should probably use that.
Oh, I was reading through the shock damage. The shock penalty cannot exceed -4 no matter how much injury you suffer.
Okay.
So that roll was actually completely correct.
Sorry for taking time, but I can't find crawl. God damn it. Let's just say for now that you move, you can still crawl fairly quickly, so you move half your movement.
Okay.
Yeah. And it would be your, unless you spend point in it, is basically equal to your speed. So
Yeah,
half that.
So 3. Whatever 3 means. Meters?
Meters, yes.
Okay.
Every hex is a meter.
Cool.
Septimus.
Yeah, Septimus will spend his turn on opening the oil can, and if it's possible, he wants to pour some out in his glove.
You don't have to open the can. It's basically just you push the lever and some oil comes out.
Yeah, but I kind of want as much as possible on my glove, so...
All right, so you spend your action by opening the refill valve.
Yeah.
Ebenezer.
I'm gonna fire both pistols simultaneously at its head.
That's an
so
all-out
you're-
attack, I think, unless you have 2 attacks.
Yeah, it's an all-out attack for you.
Which means you have a -4 to...
So
You're
do
off.
I just roll one
Off-hand.
or both?
You roll both, and the second one is at -4.
He's got ambidexterity.
Oh yeah, then no offhand, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you just roll your guns.
Any modifiers?
Yeah, +1 for aiming last turn.
And if you're doing the head specifically, that's a -5, so it's a -4. I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it's skull, which are -7.
Well, no, you can do a head, which is randomizes where it hits in the head. So that first one's hit. So you have to roll a 1d6 to see where in the head that one hits. 3 would be the skull.
Skull.
Yes.
Okay, so you hit where you wanted. So you roll your damage, which I believe I wrote in for your flintlock pistols. Which I
2d6
believe-
minus 1.
Yes,
And
but it's
miss
it's PI plus, so
the air plus 2 damage times 4 knockdown at -10.
hmm
Is what happens.
So
It's called.
he soaks 2 of that, and his skull contains his brain, which is his vulnerable part. So you do full damage times 4, and times 2 because or times 1.5 because you've got PI plus weapons. So that would be 5, 20, 30 damage.
Yeah, because pistols.
Yes.
Ouch, those things are nasty.
So you like what you see is like you fire your offhand pistol, let's say, and it like whizzes past his ear,
Hits the door
not
frame.
even scratching him. Yeah, and your second pistol, which is your like your right hand, like hits him square between the eyes, and you just see a red mist behind him, and his eyes roll even further back into his skull, and he starts like falling forwards.
That's my turn.
You're practically out of combat, so like what you see basically is that this giant thing just splonks down in front of Septimus and Ebenezer, and there's a massive smoking hole in the back of his head, and there is no contents left.
Impressive.
I holster my pistols.
Fuck me, you couldn't do that any earlier?
I
Oh.
had to aim.
By the way, Septimus, you're a little bit hard of hearing right now, because there was just 2 flintlock pistols that went off in an
In a
enclosed
small
space.
room, yeah, it was kind of deafening. Luckily, I just turned the volume down.
Well, you have this sort of like ringing in your ear because your like the membrane
What?
that transmits
What are you
sound
saying?
to your brain case. It's slightly overloaded, so the same applies to you, even though you're a machine.
So it's like audio feedback, basically.
Yeah.
Well, good thing I was on the floor. Like that somehow protects me from sounds.
I'm glad.
No,
that-
but you were out in a larger room, so the sound didn't echo.
It was more of a snap instead of a boom.
But the danger seems to have passed because the big bastard is lying on the ground.
No?
And you see now that when he's lying face down, there's a small blue cylinder attached to the base of his neck.
Can I roll something to try to figure out what it is?
Yeah.
Machinist?
Do you have engineer necro units?
No, I have
Or
engineer clockwork.
programming?
I have
or
engineer
programming-
clockwork.
Yeah.
Can I
Can't you
assist
roll
with
any
the book that I
engineer
found?
penalty?
I have computer programming.
Do you have computer programming AI?
I just have computer programming. I don't think there's a specialization list.
Yeah, there is AI, and that applies to necro units in this setting. Normal computer programming in this setting is punch card computers, which are expensive, slow, and rare.
Prone to breaking down, too.
Yeah.
Oh, and GURPS Assistant, it didn't come with a prompt.
No, it's because it's like a specialization you have to pick. It says it in the base set. But yeah, if no one has any of those skills, then you can default because this is nothing that like you would ever have seen before. But it does stand out because it's slightly glowing and it's something that necro units usually don't have.
Can't you roll on a slightly low and a slight penalty any engineer though? Even if you
Not for this. So
okay.
Can
this is a
we-
special case.
Okay, so
Can
what's
we
the default?
remove it?
It looks to be sort of integrated, but it doesn't seem to be fastened very much. Like there's 2 wires running from it into the base of his neck.
What's the default for this defaulting? Penalty for this defaulting.
You can't default on this one.
Oh.
It's impossible.
I say that chap was rude.
Yeah, and he has a weird thing right here, which I am touching.
I've never seen one of those.
Perhaps rather than touch it, we should examine it first and see if we can dismantle it without touching it.
I'm already touching it.
I think
it-
Sylvester might want that.
No, the item it's like little bit of glass and metal, and it is ever so slightly warm to the touch.
It's
Can we remove it from him?
Yeah, as I said, it's only attached by like 2 wires.
It's probably something you just like twist and pull out.
Basically, or you can do it carefully with if you have a pair of wire cutters.
would someone more mechanically inclined like to do this?
Well, I can do it. Or I think that Ebenezer might have the skills too, considering he's
Yeah,
one
but
of them.
I
He-
have
he do- he-
Mechanist.
he doesn't carry a kit.
Well, I have a kit.
Ebenezer is a very gentleman type, so he carries little usually, beyond like his pistols and a few rounds of ammunition.
Yeah, well, I guess my kit is like a big tool belt with lots of pockets.
Yeah, you could have it like that if you want to. Looks a bit weird, but
Well, I do look a bit weird.
mhm.
So yeah, I'll find some wire cutters and try and remove it without destroying it.
You don't have to roll it. You cut the 2 wires and you slide out. What you now notice is also a small needle that seems to have penetrated into like the brain stem.
That is quite interesting. I hadn't noticed the needle before.
It was like under the device, so you couldn't really see it. It's reminiscent of the ones of you who are mechanically inclined. It's reminiscent to the device that you use to program the necro units. But it's much smaller and doesn't seem to have the same function.
I have physiology. Could I make a guess, like, to what part of the brain that thing was poking?
It
Good
was
sentencing.
pretty much just connected to the
Okay.
brainstem, so
Toad knows what it does, but like the brainstem would be like the aggressive part of the brain.
it's. And I don't know. None of you have the exact knowledge, so I can't tell you.
Yeah,
Like-
I was just making a guess out of character.
Yeah.
My guess is that it's like a way to inject certain knowledge, but I can't be certain.
So, does
Can we get out? You just shot 2 pistols.
yeah, that's a
Did they-
problem. But did we get the
We did get the
ledgers?
books.
You got 2 old ledgers.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did get 2 books.
I think we would maybe want some more recent ones.
Yeah, and I guess we should hurry unless someone hears. Since someone could have heard the
Could
booms.
have.
Depends on how
Well,
deep we are in the house.
I mean, we
Ah.
could always just go hide in the trap under the trap door.
And why exactly are everyone talking so silently? Stop whispering.
You
Or
stop
not.
yelling.
I'm not yelling.
I'm gonna put a hand on the professor's shoulder and just say very loudly into his ear, "You've suffered some hearing damage. I mean, you've suffered some hearing damage."
So the weird glass thing. I'm gonna remove my tie and wrap that around the glass thing, and I'm putting it in my bag.
I think
Alright.
that's the
Everyone is-
prize.
Yeah, there's no real problem there. It does look like this metal bits are designed to protect the glass, but it's always good to be careful.
Also, it's probably a little bit. I mean,
It's probably very bloody.
It's-
There's a
might
sliver
be
of blood
gross.
on the needle.
a tie is easier to clean than the entire backpack, and also
Alright, there isn't much blood in
Right.
necro units.
No, it's necrons still have blood and they bleed when like punctured, but it's very little. Like it's residual blood basically. Some older necro units don't even have blood; they're completely dried out.
Indeed.
did we did we see any kind of office yet?
You never looked upstairs because God damn it, Dan ran into what looked to be the butler, and he didn't want to alert, so he closed the door immediately.
Well, I think the alertness has happened, so we could go upstairs now
Yeah, we should hurry.
very quickly.
Yes.
I'm walking behind everybody and I'm loading the pistols.
By the way, since we never got into the minutia of your equipment, I'm gonna say you have normally like 3 reloads on you because it doesn't take a lot of space. Actually,
Yeah.
no, 10 reloads.
Yeah, like
Because-
six balls and a powder horn.
Yeah,
Or 5 ball. I mean, well, 10 reloads would be 20 balls and powder horn. But, you know,
Yeah.
they're tiny.
yeah, it's a 51 caliber, so it's a small pouch you have with balls.
Giggity.
Yes. But yeah, as you start moving out into the hallway with the staircase, you can still hear like the thunk coming from the kitchen.
Oh right, the cook
Leave
is.
that one be.
Yeah, let's hurry upstairs.
Yep.
Should we do something about the butler?
First up the stairs. And are you doing it stealthy?
I'm at least trying to, but looking at the rest of the group, that might be a moot point.
Yeah, I'm a little preoccupied to be anything stealthy, but I'm just kind of walking.
I'm not built for stealth.
Well, Dan moves a little bit ahead. So you get up to the door, you open it quietly, and you can see the butler is still standing there, apparently just staring into oblivion.
I'm gonna silently close it again. I'm just gonna ask the others, whispering, should we do something about them?
I don't know. He might not care. Maybe he's turned off. Is that a thing?
No, necro units that never turned off.
Damn it. Well, maybe he won't care.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless he attacks us.
Well, at least he isn't as big as that other guy.
Well, how about I search the room and you just keep an eye on it, and if it moves, you hit it in the head.
Or
Yeah.
we could like find a sheet and put over it, so it can't see us.
I think it can still hear.
And notice the sheet and start wandering around. Let's just get past it. Just try to like not alert everything. And I'll open the door and can I try to slip past it?
Do you step into the room first?
I would try to step into the room and
Yeah, it doesn't seem to notice you as you step into the room.
I'll try to slip past.
Yeah, you don't even have to roll stealth. It like is just staring into oblivion.
I
Okay.
will also get into the room.
Yeah, and, like you just walk in, doesn't seem to notice you.
Is there a desk?
This is another hallway. There are 4 doors. There is one to the end of the hallway to the west, one in the end of the hallway to the east, and then there is right next to the one in the west. There's 2 more doors one going north, one going south.
Does this necro unit have a blue container on its neck?
No.
Okay.
All you can see is the standard little incision that is indicative of a necro unit, which is usually where they put the device that you program them with.
Neat. So, which door is the closest one?
The one to the east.
I'm going to open that.
It is locked. You rattle the door handle and it's no, it won't open.
I'll take out my lockpicking set.
How good that I didn't have to ask you to do that.
Well, actually, you might be better at this than I am because I have.
I'm not.
Also, it's kind of dark in here, I should point out. The only one who can see well in here is probably Ebenezer.
I have 2 points in the dark vision reduction. Thing.
Okay, so you can see quite alright. It's like still a little bit dim, but it's not enough to give you penalties.
Can I roll my lockpicking?
Yes, if you're going lockpick, then roll it.
Is there like any switches or lamps or anything to use?
You can see that there is what looks to be a single electric light in the middle of the hallway. But you don't see a switch just like on the wall of the door or anything.
Keep an eye out for a switch.
Can I search for one?
Yes.
I have actually a search skill. That's for
you-
bodies and boxes and stuff. So it
You-
could be
it-
used for walls.
You can roll either perception or search, your choice.
Perception is actually higher. Search is more specific.
Yes.
Well, let's go perception.
Should I also take one since I was the one who actually looked around for it?
If you want to, yes. Basically, anytime you like want to do something, you don't always have to ask me to use the skill unless there's a specific circumstance. But both Noah and Septimus, you notice that in about the middle of the hallway, under the light, there is a switch. It's one of these baroque, switches that extend a bit from the wall. Really low tech thing.
I'm gonna go flick it. Probably
Yeah.
not the most smartest thing ever, but still.
You flick the switch and nothing happens.
I think they've got the electricity because, you know,
They
the
didn't pay
owner
their
is
bill.
dead. Yeah, because the owner is dead.
Anyway, for Dan, it takes you like a minute to get the door open, but you do manage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as it clicks open, I'll open it and say to the others that, hey,
While he is actually opening that door, could I check the next door if that one's locked?
There's 3 more doors to the west. They're all like pretty much in the same area. Like the rooms are pretty much right next to one another.
Well, I'll just open the closest, or try to open the closest.
This necro unit, is it wearing clothes?
Yes, it is wearing the classic fracking coats.
I
butlers
would like to
outfit.
pick its pockets.
You find a bunch of lint.
I drop
Adorable.
it.
Can I actually just quickly go test all the doors to see if they're
Well,
locked?
I would kinda. We did find a kitchen, didn't we?
Yes, that's where the cook is.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it, because I was thinking that maybe I could improvise a battery. If I got some water and some salt and the right ingredients from the kitchen.
Yeah.
Such an improvised battery would not be enough to power a modern light bulb. It would make the tungsten glow ever so slightly, but it wouldn't actually give off any light. But Noah, you while Dan is still lockpicking, because it takes a little bit, you go to the other doors and you check which ones are open, and 2 of them are unlocked. The western room and the one going south. The one going north is locked.
I'll point to the locked door and tell Dan to pick that lock also.
I'll just shrug and continue working.
And
yeah.
the rooms that were open,
Mhm.
bedrooms.
The western door leads to a what looks to be a grand bedroom, or the main bedroom.
Yep.
And the one going south, as you open, just look in. It seems to be a. Just a second while I try to remember how I built this mansion. It seems to be another drawing room, like the one you found below, but much better decorated. And there's more bookshelves. There is a small writing desk. It has a lot of miscellaneous stuff in it.
Well, I'll check out that office.
All right. Noah, which
Yep.
one do you go for?
Well, the professor is going to the writing desk, or is he going to the one?
He's
Dan
basically
unlocked.
going into the drawing room right now.
Okay. Well, if he's going to there, I'm going to the one then unlocked.
All right, so you
Because
join
locked-
Dan again.
Yeah, because locked rooms usually are the ones that should be searched first.
And Ebenezer,
my logic.
what are you doing? You finished loading your pistols.
Yeah,
You're fairly quick.
I'm just kind of behind Dan, looking down the hall, making sure nothing sneaks up on him.
All right. Well, we'll take the professor first because Dan, you still take a few, more seconds before you manage to unlock it. So, Professor, you see, as I described, a drawing room. It has a few chairs in it. It has a small desk. It has a writing desk and a few shelves, bookshelves. There seems to be 4 of them. They are not exactly like stuffed to the brim with books, but there's quite a few in each of them.
Well, I'll check the books and then I'll check the writing desk. We're looking for some ledgers.
Looking through the bookshelves will take you a few minutes, so we'll go back to Dan, Ebenezer, and Noah. Dan, you managed to
Actually, I might have a skill that can help.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, it makes it a little bit faster, but it's still 4 bookshelves that are fairly well stocked. So even with speed reading, it's gonna take you like 2 minutes or so to actually scan through.
Yeah, I just expected it to be a bit faster since I read so fast.
Well, it was going to take you like 10 minutes originally. So yes, it's like a lot faster. Anyway, Noah and Ebenezer. As you open the door, you enter what is quite literally a workroom. There is a corner desk that takes up 2 of the walls. There is a window that leads out to the street, so you have a bit of moonlight coming in, and a bit of the street light, which is in this area okay-ish. It's not all-encompassing, but it's better than lower streets. Here there is papers strewn about the entirety of the desk. There are 2 small chests that's sitting on the desk, or I should probably say boxes, because they're not technically chests.
But they're chest shaped.
Kind of.
Or just like fancy boxes.
They're like, you know how jewelry boxes usually look? It's like a square box. That
Yeah,
you
and
open
maybe
up.
the cover slides to the side or something.
Yeah. It's like fancy boxes, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah. At the window where there is one seat, you can see that there currently stands 4 books, like just propped up against one of the walls. Basically, there's no real shelving in here. It seems everything has. There's like an order of chaos on the desk, basically.
Are there embalming tools in here?
No,
Just
it,
checking.
yeah, it's not. It's like a workroom that is used by people who write a lot.
I'm gonna look out the window to see if there's any sort of attention to the building outside, like if there's any sort of people looking.
Roll a perception.
Where do I find that?
It's under general, under your base stats.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be equal to IQ.
Yes.
It is.
So you actually just barely catch a glimpse of something. You see what looks to be like a darker shadow across the road sitting on the roof. And it catches your attention because it's like a darker darkness sitting on top of a roof.
I turn on the thermographic vision.
You
It's a
see
ninja.
nothing past the window.
Oh, right,
Because-
glass. I turn off thermographic vision.
I'd like to take a look at the boxes. 'Cause
Alright.
I'm a curious moron.
The boxes are pretty much just right next to one another. One of them has a lock on it, the other does not.
I'll first open the one that doesn't have a lock.
Okay, you find what seems to be a letterbox. There is several letters still in their envelopes in the box, and you also see lying on top of it all a signet ring. Or no, actually, he would be using a signet stamp.
Yes. I'm gonna take the whole box.
All right.
How large is it?
It's like it's like 10 centimeters tall and about 15 by 15 around. So it's not
Oh.
terribly big.
Yeah, so it fits in my backpack.
It probably is actually like the size of a normal size letter, but I can't remember what size a letter is.
Yeah.
But yeah, mark down a letter box of letters and
Yes.
merchant's stamp.
I assume it's an A4. I don't remember the exact specifications.
No, it's not. It's not A4s because the letters are folded, usually 3 times.
Oh,
It's like 10 centimeters by 15 centimeters in dimension.
Yeah, something
And
like
then
that.
10 centimeters tall.
So it can contain quite a few letters if you just push them in.
And the other box, is it about the same size?
It's a little bigger actually, just by a tiny bit.
So I could just put that in my backpack too.
Yes.
Apparently I'm klepto.
Well, it's kind of part of the job you took on, so
Yeah.
It's basically a snatch and grab.
We don't have time to open that right now.
As you pick it up, you can hear that there's some small clinging in it. Like there seems to be some sort of metal moving about as you pick it up.
Could be money.
Dan, what are you doing?
Wasn't there a second lock that I was supposed to pick?
Yes, there
Oh,
was.
so you move directly to that locked door. Okay.
Yep.
So roll me another lock picking check. Yeah,
Nice.
it's gonna take you about another minute to get this lock open. It's about the same complexity as the one you just picked. You actually, it's the same. It's pretty much the same lock, like you've been picking this entire time. So you probably take 30 seconds with this one because you're starting to get familiar with the type of lock.
Okay.
How about the books? The 4 books.
I'm gonna
Yes.
I'm gonna make a sound, like a mechanical and I'm gonna be like, someone's watching us.
I will avoid the window.
And I'll step back from any light that's coming through the window.
Yeah, it's mostly moonlight that is coming through right now. So, like, you imagine that people outside probably can't see very well inside.
Yeah, but I'm stepping out of any light.
Actually, when I when I hear that there's someone watching us, I'm going to go down to the floor, and then I'm going to go to the window and just look outside
All right.
a little bit.
Roll me a perception with +2 because you kind of know that you're looking for someone.
I'll point her in the general direction.
Well,
Oh.
that's not right.
No, but I believe that's a crit success for you, right?
Yeah, I think so. I
Is
don't
your
know.
effective skill 16 with the +2?
It's 17 with the +2.
Okay, so it's a critical success for you. So yes, you see what Ebenezer seems to have been pointing out. There is someone or something sitting on the roof across the road, and it's like steeped in this. Basically, it's steeped in a shadow that shouldn't exist.
So it's a ninja, is
Uh,
my current theory.
Do you have Oriental knowledge?
No.
Then you probably don't know that it's a ninja, or
Yeah.
even think it is.
I probably think it's a cultist.
They usually don't hang out on roofs.
Maybe it's from some sort of roof cult. I don't know. Anyway, it's highly suspicious. I tell Ebenezer to grab the 4 books.
I grab the books.
Yeah.
Also,
You-
read what they are.
There is no writing on books. They are plain leather covers.
I will put them in. Do I? I didn't specify this, but does my coat have more pockets than normal?
No, but you could still probably like tuck the books inside because the way the coat is, like it's tight around the waist, so you can use it like a giant pocket if you want to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, if someone pats you down, they might look at you weirdly, but it's not terribly noticeable.
Yeah, I don't wear a backpack. They're not very fashionable. I'm not judging you.
Okay, so Dan finishes before the professor. You're still scanning through. You've found some interesting literature, but it seems to be mostly fictional.
Anything of value?
Do you have literature?
Exactly. I have that.
Right, roll literature. Nah, it doesn't seem to be anything more than like fictional books. Like some of them are kind of heavy reading, and some of them are light reading, but it all seems to be flights of fancy.
So nothing worth taking and selling.
Pretty
He was
much.
big into fantasy and sci-fi.
Well, it's like book reading is a fairly common pastime, and people that have a lot of time to pass tend to read a lot.
Well, that's just because I haven't created the steam-powered moving picture box yet.
Cameras do exist, and moving pictures do exist. It's just that the moving picture variant are very rare and like considered something that only nobility have the money for.
Rotoscope.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to create a steam-powered version, so it can be public to the masses.
Anyway, Dan, you managed to open that last lock, and you enter as you open the door into another bedroom. Although this one seems to be in misuse. There doesn't seem there's dust covering pretty much everything, And there doesn't seem to have been anyone in here for maybe 2 years, just by looking at the amount of dust.
Hmm. Okay. So there isn't really anything interesting in there.
The one thing that does draw your attention is an armoire on the. It's on the north wall.
Hmm.
It's like a fancy closet.
I'll go check it.
All right. It's also locked.
How handy that I already have my lockpicks out.
Roll me a lockpicking at -4.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy look.
I am rolling pretty well today.
Ever seen this type of lock? Wow. Okay, so it's gonna take you a bit because you've never touched a lock like this before, but you are gonna get it open in like a minute or two.
Okay.
During which the professor finishes his scan of the literature, and it's pretty much all fictional.
Well, then I'll examine the drawing table. Writing desk.
The writing desk, okay. It has it has several compartments where you can see papers, letters, and
Papers, letters, schematics.
Caval. It's like various papers, basically. It's like personal letters, stuff you've saved.
Birthday cards.
There's no like books or anything here, but it has 2 drawers. There is a small drawer in the compartment area, which you pretty much open, and it's also full of letters from various people. Seems this is like where he keeps certain types of letters, basically. And there's then a larger drawer that's built into the table that is locked. Seems to be a fairly basic lock, though.
Yeah, but I don't know how to open them. Dan,
Yes.
can you open this?
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? Am I key or something? I'm kind of
Yes.
working on something.
I'm not a career professional.
Well,
I'm not a career
I don't
criminal.
usually open these. I sometimes do them. I prefer to just take the easy ones. I'm still working on something.
Yeah, Professor, since you noticed that Dan is busy, like with your intelligence, you can kind of figure out that you could probably pry this one open because it's a fairly cheap lock, and it's like probably just attached to like a slight latch or something on the inside.
Yeah, well, I guess since I'm not trying to make it look like it hasn't been opened, I do have tools and stuff that can
Yeah.
probably be used.
You can probably use like one of your fatter screwdrivers as like a improvised crowbar.
Well, I'll try that.
All right. Give me. I'd say you can do an IQ roll at like -2 for like working the lock up instead of lock picking it. All right. So you make a little bit of noise, and it's like hey. But eventually, you manage to fiddle with the like latch enough to where you hear it clack. And you think you probably broke the like little latch inside.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll open it then.
All right, so you open it, and there's three items in there. There is a pouch that is closed. Under it is another letter. And next to that is the thing that really grabs your eye. It looks to be a sort of pistol, but you've never seen this model before.
Well, I pocket the pistol. I check the pouch.
It seems to contain rifle cartridges or
Interesting.
rifle ammunition.
I was gonna say like metallic cartridges.
Yeah, these are like the newfangled thing that is used in like military grade rifles and stuff.
That's interesting. And then I'll do a quick skim of the letter.
Yeah, it's a letter explaining a few things. This apparently was a gift from someone that remains unnamed through the entirety of the letter. Apparently, the merchant must have known the person, so they didn't bother. But it explains like the basic functions of that pistol you just pocketed. It's a 4-round revolver type deal. I actually have a picture for you.
Ooh, a pepper box.
Is it using that ammo?
Yes, it is using rifle ammunition.
Oh, interesting.
That sounds nasty.
Sounds
Can't wait to
dangerous.
see this picture.
Yes, just give me a moment. I actually forgot to create a handout for it, so...
How many bullets did you say there were?
There is currently, I believe, there's 20 bullets.
Oh,
Oh, it's actually a revolver.
Yes.
fancy.
I was expecting a pepper box.
Well, it's kind of a pepper box design. It seems to be functioning on the same basis, but it's more of a revolver mechanism.
Out of character, is that a real picture?
It's a Nerf gun.
Yeah, I was just
But I
wondering. Yes,
I
that's
really-
like the best Nerf gun I've ever seen.
Yes,
Just
it's
like-
a really nice one, and I really liked it, and I decided to put it in the game.
Yeah, it's just because like my little brother has the original one.
Thank God for LARPers.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah, it's also kind of heavy, I should point out. Like
it
a,
looks heavy.
yeah, a normal pistol is like something you can... it's all right in weight. This one is like, if you hold it, like you need a fair bit of strength to hold it up in one hand.
I'm gonna go to the room where the professor is, and I'm gonna like put a finger up to my lips like I'm doing the thing, and then kind of wave him over.
Yeah, you'll see me trying to lift it and measuring.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to wave you over.
Out of character, the base stat for it, you don't know how much damage it does yet or anything like that. You do know that it has a magazine of 4, and it loads like a revolver. To wield it one-handed, you need at least a strength of 12.
Oh my god.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
typically
really heavy thing.
Pistols you use 2 hands anyway if you're doing it right.
A good weaver, the stance is what you generally need. And if you do a 2-handed grip, like a weaver stance, then you only need a strength of 10.
Well, I guess I could use it one-handed then. Two-handed. I mean, I do have 10 strength.
Yes. Do you have any kind of gun knowledge?
Would my
Um,
mechanist thing apply whenever I get there?
No, it would have to be armory.
I have armor. It's specialized in melee weapons.
No.
Okay. Because the thing about specializations,
Oh.
I think it said that you can roll them at like -4. For
Yeah,
other-
but there's a lot of items in this world that are special
okay.
and you can't really default to.
That's the only one that I assume would
Yeah.
apply.
Yeah, it does apply. You're not entirely sure, but you imagine that the if you're not holding this pistol right, you might actually hurt yourself. So I'm just saying you're a bit wary about using it.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking the letter. I'm going to read it when I have time.
And about this time, then, you manage to open the armoire.
Yay! Yeah, I will put my lockpicks away, open it, and see what's inside.
Right, you see a single dress.
One.
I'm slightly
Is it a
tilting
wedding
my
dress?
head slightly, and like
Is it a
That
wedding
must-
dress?
it's like that must be worth fortune for this lock.
It's a very like finely made baroque dress. Probably it's probably like 10 or 20 years old because the style isn't exactly what is in fashion right now, but it has like gold embroidery and it has like pieces of brass, and it's really finely made, and probably it's something someone with a lot of money would buy basically for really special occasions.
Like a wedding.
Okay.
It's probably not a wedding dress. It looks to be a bit too extravagant for that.
I'm gonna like take the hanger and go the others. I don't think this is exactly your style, Noah, but it's behind a really, really heavy lock.
So
I'm like holding it on like one hand, the other side, like I'm looking it, still slightly confused.
well, you take it then.
I don't even know who to sell it to.
I was thinking that you could wear it. But anyway, someone's
Very
watching
fun.
us. And I'm looking
Oh,
at
I
the
put
paper.
the dress down.
I pick the dress up and fold it neatly and stuff it into my coat.
Oh, me and Ebenezer gets back.
Ebenezer, you can't really fold it that much because there's too much cloth,
It's
and
probably
and it also has an integrated corset which cannot be folded.
Well, then I'm just shoving it into my coat.
Do I
I
have
know a
a?
lady that would appreciate this.
Your coat cannot hold it. It is too large and too bulky.
I am wondering if I would know anything about that kind of dresses.
It's like it looks to be like something you would buy for like a very special person or like for very special occasions.
Yeah,
Can't really tell much about it without like spending quite a bit of time with it and looking at all of the tiny tidbits.
oh yeah, I was just thinking that I might be able to use like Savoir-Faire or something.
I think it would actually be current affairs. high society. So
Well,
Ebenezer might.
I have both.
Oh, okay. So you can roll that at a -2 because it's a little old.
Is there
So
a
it's not-
garment bag in the armoire?
No, it's just on a hanger.
Can I
The
just
armor
have
the armoire
like throw
is
it
the
over my shoulder?
bag.
Yes.
Or you could carry it like a lady.
You could wear it.
I don't
Actually, no,
think I'll
not you.
fit.
Yeah. Septimus. You kind of remember something about a dress like this. You actually think it's armored.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the corset has like hardened silk in it. There was some hubbub like a few years ago about this sort of dress. It came from the east, so it's not from this country. And there was like a few higher born women who wore these things when they were out and about in like the lower areas. But this one is like even more extravagant than the ones you heard about.
I'm wondering if we could. I have a feeling this this dress is armored, and if we bring it, we might be able to adjust it so it doesn't look so extravagant, but would still protect Noah.
Well, if Noah doesn't want it, I know a lady that does.
It like if it would it's kind of the size of Noah, but it would have to be like retailored to fit because it's a very tailored thing.
Yeah, and I was thinking of taking some of the extravagant stuff of it, so
Oh yeah, that's
it doesn't look so fancy.
Ebenezer is horrified by this,
destroying the dress.
but it's so beautiful.
Anyway,
Yes,
I'm
you
looking
were.
at the papers.
Yes. Make me a quick search check.
That button.
Okay, so you find some fairly interesting papers here. They don't seem to be related to like business deals or anything, but there's like scribblings in the margins and stuff that catches your attention. Why don't you roll your magic skill?
My magic skill.
Yes, your ritual occult.
Okay, so, well, ritual magic or occultism. They're two
Either
different
or,
skills.
they both work.
Well, occultism is better. So
Wow. Yeah, you recognize these things. They are like they are scribblings of summoning circles and certain power words, but these are like things that like no one has ever gotten these to work. They have been circulated around in certain circles, but no one has managed to get them to work.
do I have any idea what they're supposed to do in case
No,
they work?
that's the problem. No one
Okay.
actually knows what they do because no one has managed to activate them.
I'm going to roll them up and put them in my bag.
All right.
Oh, did you find the ledgers, Noah?
We did find books. Ebenezer has them, but I found something way more interesting.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Those books were they the ledgers?
You don't know. No one looked into them, and they
I
were
figured
just
we'd be
leather
looking
bound
at them.
covers.
Well, maybe we should check them out now. Just
Maybe
a
we should
quick glance.
leave.
Yeah, I'm not going to examine them, but just have like a 3-second look to see if it's actually ledgers.
I shove
Yeah,
4
you-
books into his arms.
You open like the first book and scan through a few pages. There is on the first few pages there's just notes, but eventually you get to like a page and it's a rigid set of ledgers.
Oh, well, these are the ledgers. So yeah, we have what we came for.
I'll let him carry him. I straighten my coat.
Weird black shadow still there.
Where in the
Yeah.
hallway?
Are you looking out the window?
Yep.
It's still there. It has moved like a meter to the left.
We should take a back door.
Yeah, is there a back door?
Yes, there is one in the kitchen.
Do
Well,
we wanna...
I'd rather face the cook than whatever the hell that thing is.
Yes, we should get out.
Well,
There's
we-
also quite a few windows.
Yeah. Let's take a window to the back side of the house.
There are windows on the upper floor that leads to the back. There's like a fairly small plot that seems to be shared by like the surrounding houses.
We could. Go
There's
out the
also
window.
one. There's also one leading into the alleyway on the east side.
That could be good.
Anyone got rope?
Furthing.
I definitely
Well-
have rope.
I assume that the criminals know how to get out.
Excuse me.
Who are you calling a criminal? That's a slight on my honor.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that you would know Ebenezer.
Well, if there's a back door we can get out, I'll try to open the back door.
Yeah, it's through the kitchen.
Yeah,
Through
well, I
Chefy
mean,
McStabface.
well, yeah, just don't make sounds. Not that hard.
It's directly at the
You-
door, swinging its cleaver at the door.
I'm gonna
No,
draw
wait,
my
what?
sword
No,
cane and head
what?
downstairs.
No, isn't that the door that's to the hallway?
The door that leads to the kitchen is in the north side of the bottom hallway, and that is where the cook is currently funking into the door.
So, like I said, I'm taking out my cane sword and unsheathing it and heading downstairs.
Well,
Also, you
we're
relocked
doing
the
it that
door,
way.
so that's why it's not opened.
Yeah. Well, if we're doing it that way, I'll take out my knife and go after Ebenezer.
All right.
How about we open it for like a second and then I just slide something in?
Don't burn the place.
Oh, it's not burning.
Don't explode anything.
Oh, well, then I have no ideas.
Here's
Really
what we're gonna do. We're gonna wait for like him to thunk, and then when he goes back, we're gonna open the door so that he just kind of falls forward, and then stab, stab, stab.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just thinking of using one of these, and I'm pulling out like a stick, and you can see that there's like it expands at the top, and it
you-
looks like
you-
there's a small handle on it.
Oh my god, you have one of those?
Yeah, I have fragmentation and concussion grenades.
You do know that those are extremely unreliable.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm not sure if we should be making any more of a mess. I mean, any more noise.
Well, as you're talking, you have started moving down. Ebenezer took the lead. And Ebenezer, as you come down, you can see that the top right corner, which is on the side that the door opens on, there is no door. And you can see a cleaver like chopping at what is almost at the handle now.
I don't think we'll have to pick the lock.
Tattle. And I'll take the lockpick stuff again.
No, you don't want to do that. He can hit you in the head with the cleaver. We'll just wait at either side of the door, and when he gets through, we'll ambush him.
You could probably poke him with a sword through the hole.
Well, if I'm there first, I'll try that.
Yeah, give me a whatever you're using for your sword. I think it's rapier. You have a skill in it. Actually, did I actually edit your combat?
That's a big no.
Yeah, you're not very experienced in using that thing. So, well, you don't crit fail, but like you try to stab through the hole, but you hit the door, like the little bit of it, or the big part that's still left.
Yeah, I go for a slash when I should have gone for a thrust.
Yeah,
Can I poke it?
you can try. But it
No.
literally, since it only has a cleaver, it cannot retaliate right now. It's behind the door and cannot
So-
reach through.
Which one of all of these buttons should I push?
Do you have you written in your saber in your combat sheet?
Yep, I think so.
Then you should have a button under skill for your saber.
Like that one? Did that work? Yeah, well, I mean,
Yes, it
like
did.
it.
Yes. I forgot that you have probably like a -2 penalty for trying to do it, but you still manage. You pierce, and let's see here. Just a second. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna move that up. So you hit it straight in the face.
That's good.
Yes. Roll your impaling or your thrust damage.
So 1d6 minus 2. That's a 0.
You have a -2 on your thrust for a saber.
Yeah. It's
Wow.
made for slashing, not thrusting.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'm
you
not
still
strong.
do 1 damage
Would be weird
because
if it hurt.
I believe the minimum you
Yeah.
can ever do is 1.
Yeah, minimum is one. Well, I mean, before armor, but yes.
Yeah. But you only like poke him. Like it like you hit bone and you don't get any further.
Oh, this is sad.
Can my knife reach through?
You would probably get retaliated because it's a knife. You have no
Yeah.
reach.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll pull out my rapier and then follow up.
I will have to quickly look for the rules for this, but I will ask if Noah would like to, or if Ebenezer actually would like to borrow me his rapier.
Was there any penalties?
Yeah, there's a -2. I forgot about that. Because you're trying to like stab him, you can pretty much only hit like the shoulders and head area. Oh. Yeah, no, you stick the door. It's like it's kind of stuck.
Da-ding.
God damn it!
I'm just going to hand my sword to Dan. Like
What sword was it?
saber.
What skill does it use?
Saber.
That's gonna be. When we find the skills from the gigantic book. Can you hear my scroll wheel?
I believe you can default on your knife skill at like a -3. I believe.
I'm
no-
just
no.
looking out for that.
No, you can. Saber is defaulted on broadsword -4, main gauche -3, rapier -3, short sword -4, or small sword -3.
Okay.
So not
What can you default it on? Just Dex.
dex -5.
Okay, so it's a 9.
So you have about the same skill as Septimus.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you have 15 dexterity?
No, 14 to 9, which is a -5.
Oh yeah, and then there's a -2 for.
Oh wait, yeah, that's true. So I'm actually even more shit at this. I use knives. Can I? How sturdy does the actual like? How sturdy does the door itself look?
It's like like a 6 centimeter thick oak door, which is why
Okay.
it's taken so long for the necro unit to cleave through it with just a kitchen cleaver.
Because it couldn't like, and in a place where I can't block pick it from either side.
No, not 6 inches, 6 centimeters.
That's still pretty thick.
Yes. Also, Ebenezer, you're a smart person.
It's true.
Yes. I'm gonna give you the tip that you have 2 flintlock pistols.
Yeah,
Which
but I
are-
didn't want to make noise.
You've already made noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the reason I was thinking of us making an improvised crossbow, but yeah.
By the way,
Okay. I will
when I-
sheath my saber since Dan took Noah's instead. And I'll pull out one
And I'm
pistol.
taking mine back.
And I'm gonna say everyone should plug their ears.
Plugging my ears.
The same. And taking a step back.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm at least 10 feet away.
At first, I'm taking my sword back from Dan, who
Yeah, I'm
looks
handing it
very
over.
hesitant, and I'm like, nope, you're not breaking this.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it like, this is balanced very weirdly compared to a knife.
Okay, Ebenezer, if you're now that you're gonna shoot him, you're probably gonna take a second to aim, so you only have a -1.
Oh, I
And you
was
can
gonna
crit-
shoot the lock, but I guess I can just shoot him.
Yeah, it's probably easier to shoot him than Locke.
So, -1.
Yes. Sorry, I'm refilling my vaporizer at the same time.
I miss.
Miss a door.
I'm not aiming for the door.
Yeah, he probably hits the door and not in the hole.
Maybe I miss and hit the lock?
No, the thing you're aiming for isn't near the lock. Instead, you hear like a small crash from the kitchen, and as the solid 51 caliber lead bullet hits the stone wall.
Yeah, it's gonna splatter when it hits the stone, though. Shrapnel!
Well, good thing there's a door between us and the shrapnel.
Well, I'm gonna take out the other pistol. I'm gonna put it in my dominant. Well, I don't have a dominant hand.
No, you don't.
You might have a dominant eye.
Should I reload the one you just shot?
I will hand him the ammo and the powder and the gun.
Then I'll start reloading it.
And I will take a second shot.
Should you aim first?
I am definitely aiming.
And the professor's ears will ring again because he can't cover his ears while he's loading the gun.
Well, I do take a step back.
Hey, that's a hit.
I winged him.
Yeah, and of course, if he did all-out attack, he would also gain a +2.
Yeah, he probably does because he does like the dueling pose, which is not really meant for dodging, it's just meant for good aim. But it doesn't really matter because he hits. And you hit him in the face.
That's gonna hurt.
Okay, so 7. There's no DR for the face, so that's full 7. They take full damage to any damage to their head area, because that's their weakness, as most people know.
And Rollwell's knockdown at -5.
Is so it's 7, so plus 50% because you still get your PA plus bonus. So that's 10 to the face. Yeah, and this is just a cook. So you see, like, you shoot, and the bullet like enters his left cheekbone, and you see like the entire left side of his face and skull disappear. It's like a red smear. And there's the bone flying to the side, and it's just gruesome.
I just calmly put my pistol away. And I reach back, and I suspect that my other pistol's loaded by now.
I believe it takes 5 seconds to reload a flintlock.
That's quite fast.
Well, then my hand's just behind my back, expecting it to be handed to my hand.
Well, a few seconds later, you'll probably get it since you spent at least one round aiming.
Yeah. The point of counting seconds isn't really worth any at this time, because the only thing left in the building is a butler, and he seems to not care. Or probably he did not program for anything like this.
Right, Danny boy, I think it's your show.
Unless, of course, the law enforcement is underway.
Then it's also my show. I specialize in running away from them. As I take out my lockpicks.
Alright. Roll your lockpicking at a +2, because you're now very familiar with these locks. And especially this one, since you've already unlocked it once. Oh yeah, it takes you about 10 seconds, like tick 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 click.
Okay. I want to note that I have only failed one roll today, and that was the parry.
Well, you're skillful and invisible, so you're not supposed to fail rolls.
Well, that's two, but still.
But yeah, the door opens. It creaks a little bit. The hinges might have gotten a bit damaged from the constant violence of the cleaver. And there is a cook with half a face missing. And the cleaver still like clutched in a dead man's grip, lying on the ground.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Let's run away.
yeah. You run to the back door. This back door, it's locked, but it's just a latch. Like you just pull off the latch and you can open the door. And you enter into a very small, like communal back alley, kind of. There is no one here at the moment. It is completely dark. There is about 6 alleyways leading out from it.
We should head in the other direction from where that dark thing was.
Yep. So let's just pick an alleyway that goes into the opposite direction of the shadow thing.
And
Right,
I
so
have
you-
the dress slung over my shoulder.
So you head north. Give me another perception check, everyone.
I think I'm gonna start calling Dan Danny Boy.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so Noah, appropriately enough, is the only one who notices this. You see that dark thing as you like glance up, and like you just managed to catch it and out of it, like basically your end of your field of vision as it disappears. It's like a poof, and it's no longer there.
I don't have time to alert the other ones of this.
Nope, it's literally like instantaneously.
That's fine. This is fine.
I imagine we rush out of the alleyway and then we just start walking like we're normal.
Well, that's up to you.
That sounds reasonable.
All right. All of you can hear this because it's quite clear and loud. You can hear police whistles coming from the west. But you are heading east.
Righto, chaps, pick up the pace.
Can I try to roll like streetwise or urban survival to check for if there's anything that, you know, any place I know that we could hide?
In this area, no. But you know that for free. You have to walk for quite a fair bit before you get to any kind of area where there's hideouts.
Would my apartment be anywhere near here?
Your apartment is actually further west.
Okay, never mind.
What about my workshop?
Your workshop, I believe, is in this area, but it's probably not in nearby, because you live in an area where the houses have a little bit more room, but are usually a little bit more sparsely decorated, so that they're cheaper, but you have more space to work with.
I think we should just walk like we're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, and then we should probably find like a bar and get a drink.
I might need one. I'm still looking kind of bloody from getting hit by something that resembled a warhammer, but was a fist.
Well, I guess I'll. If we can find somewhere a bit isolated, I could take a quick look.
And like the damage he has suffered is blunt trauma. It's nothing you can really treat. He's gonna have to just walk it off, basically.
Yeah, I was more thinking like doing stuff to cover it up or something like that.
Oh, it's not visible. It's just like it hurts, and it's like you're breathing a little heavier.
Yeah, it hurts to
than normal.
breathe.
Yeah, getting punched.
Yeah, it's like you probably strained one of your pecs.
Ouch, right in the boobie.
Well, then there's not so much I can do. Well, I guess I could check if you have like internal damage or stuff, but yeah, I think we should do that when we are out of this trouble.
Well, he's not coughing blood, so
That's good. How
Yeah,
far
and-
away is the inn?
the tavern that or inn that Sylvester met you at is like it's a 30-minute walk, but it's in the right direction.
Okay, let's just go there. I live there anyway.
Well, I figure we might go to one and get a drink and wait, and then go to Sylvester's bar.
All right. Well, you can roll. Anyone can roll a streetwise to find a local low-end pub.
Is there a bonus if you're an alcoholic?
No. But Noah, you know the place.
Second failed one.
Yeah, and Septimus, you pretty much come to the same conclusion at the same time. There is a pub not too far away. It's like a 5-minute walk-ish. But you've heard about this place having a little bit of a shadier dealings. So
I'm
you're
carrying a
probably
fancy
not.
dress.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
probably not going to get a lot of weird looks when you enter.
But here's the thing. Do we really want to just walk into a bar with 3 alcoholics? Or just 2? 3?
I'm an alcoholic.
3! Really? Do we really want to do that?
I think the
Well,
only
I-
one who's not is
I mean,
Ebenezer.
I think we should go to the bar with the guy that before we start drinking.
Yeah.
Because if you guys start getting rowdy, we might lose the things that we got.
how the
Um,
alcoholic works is, as long as we drink every night, which we have, I presume we have so far done.
Yeah, you've
We
had
don't
money
have to
enough
roll.
buy, drinks.
Yeah, so we don't. If we had skipped like yesterday's drinkings, then we would have to roll for the binge. But other than that,
You've also already had a drink this night.
Oh yeah. We were literally in a bar when
Yes.
before this happened.
Well, since we're carrying our round
But yeah, it's
Fine.
like it's a 5. Sorry, I think I cut out again.
Can hear you.
I
Uh,
don't
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we would go to someone who lived near the bar and deposit the dress so we didn't carry it into the bar.
I don't think anyone of you knows someone you can drop off a dress at.
I'm
Not
just
in
gonna
this
carry
tiny
it
town.
to the bar that Noah lives at, and I'm walking there regardless of what anybody else does.
Sure. Let's go to the bar no one lives at.
Noah.
I know. No one.
Yeah.
Noah.
So
Okay.
you head for the Queen's Arms.
Yes.
I also live in that bar.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do. You're my neighbor.
Yes.
High five.
You both have like a room upstairs. There's like 5 rooms, and you're only 3 of them are currently occupied. One of them is by a bloke you've never met before. But yeah, it's a 30-minute walk. And you hear the police whistles in the background behind you, but it doesn't seem like they're following you because they're getting further away.
So they're either just sitting there, like the morons that they are.
Oh yeah, they probably found 2 bodies, and like they're like, okay, we have to cordon off the crime scene.
Well,
I don't know if they treat them as bodies though.
yeah, I was just about to say that. They're necro
I
units.
mean-
No offense, but like,
Yeah.
They're
It's-
you're
still,
kind of already dead.
yeah, but there's still evidence that something bad happened.
They usually a killed necro unit is considered damaged property.
It was the butler. The butler did it.
With
Yeah.
a candlestick in the office.
Yes.
Yes.
If my pistols didn't cost so much, I would have like put one in his hand.
Yeah. It's like he definitely did that where both of them have a huge hole in their face.
Mhm.
Yeah, but you eventually arrive at the Queen's Arms. Sylvester is still sitting at the table you left him at, since you haven't been gone that long, actually. You've only been gone for about an hour and 20 minutes. Like, you tossed the place fairly quickly, thanks to Dan.
Yeah. We didn't have to break the doors.
And he looks up at you as you enter with raised eyebrows, especially when he noticed Ebenezer and the dress. And he says, "Well, I was quick."
Should we
Yes.
had the dress in my room or something? It's
Yeah, you should,
No.
we should probably do that. But no?
Well, unless she's gonna wear it, I have a specific person I'm giving this to.
No, I mean, we could just hide it temporarily while we talk with Sylvester.
No one's gonna F with me.
This is true.
Yeah, in this like little area of the town, like the immediate circumference of this inn, you guys are fairly well known. Like, people know that Ebenezer is not to be fucked with because he will challenge you to a duel that you cannot basically deny, and he will kill you.
That's great.
Dan is known to be like a roughhouser, so no one messes with him. Septimus has obvious like tinkering machinery on him that looks dangerous as all hell.
Yeah,
And-
hit me and we might all explode.
And Noah has a saber.
Oh, really? Yes, I do.
So it's like no one really fucks with you unless they're stupid.
Or drunk.
A gin and tonic, please. I'm not an alcoholic, though.
Can you drink?
Yes, he
I can.
He can even get intoxicated. Well, sort of.
Yeah, I assume I have a better liver than they do. Or whatever
Yeah.
functions as a liver.
That you're immune to metabolic hazards, which includes alcohol. But if you drink enough of it, you will still get a little woozy, because
Like a whole
there's
handle.
still. Yeah, it's like it's weird how stuff processes for you. But yeah, Sylvester is like, hey, he tells the bartender to bring some drinks. The bartender is, by the way, no fucks given type of guy. This is why so many people do shady dealings in this place, because he just does not give a fuck. Yeah. And he prompts you to sit down, and so, where are those books? Did you find them?
Yeah, we did.
I'll hand over the one that I think I took.
Yes,
I
you have a
did.
total of 6 ledgers.
These are
Ebenezer has the
very
full
old.
course.
Yeah, these are very old ones, and Ebenezer has the newer ones.
I gave those to the professor.
Well, then the professor has them.
Yeah, I have them. I actually thought I gave him back to Ebenezer, but whatever.
No, I was like, you're carrying them now, and then I fixed my coat.
It would be so interesting if I just put them down and. Oh, yeah. Everything's fine. Let's go.
Oh, we
Hi.
gotta go back to the crime scene where it's swarming
That
with
would
police.
be terrible.
No, you managed to. You didn't forget them or anything. And you place the 6 ledgers in front of Sylvester, and he takes a quick look through them and says, "Oh, everything seems to be in order here." And he pulls up a small, no, actually not a fairly large pouch, actually, and it clinks. You think it's probably filled with silver dollars, and he puts it on the table between you all. For your troubles.
Thank you.
A pleasure doing business.
You don't happen to be interested in any of his letters?
I'm interested in his business contacts.
Well, I did find a box of letters,
Ooh.
which might provide insight the letter does not. So
Let me take a look. And he
You know?
and he takes the box, opens it, reads through a few letters, and he grows noticeably red in the face. After like 2 letters or so, he packs them in and puts them back in the box and gives them back to you.
Slash fiction.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything. He's just red in the face and looks a little embarrassed.
So probably not the sort of insight you are interested in.
No, not that I would say.
Okay.
Although this, he holds up the little stamp. I'll pay you $1.
Oh, or you can get it for free.
Ah,
I
thank
don't do
you.
shit with that.
Yeah,
You
he
should
just
just give it away for free.
It's a letter.
No, it was the sigil
Signet
stamp,
stamp.
signet stamp.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, still.
Yeah, anyone who has any type of literary knowledge knows that a signet stamp is almost useless after a person has died.
Unless you're forging a will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are good enough at forging.
Yeah. Anyway, Sylvester says, and he snaps his fingers, and one of the many thugs in the place just steps forward, and he hands over the ledgers as he stands up. Well then, I will take my leave then. Pleasure doing business with you as usual, and I hope to see you some other day.
Well,
Hmm?
there was something else we took from the house.
Oh?
I look at the others and I'm like, are we showing this? I mean, we don't do anything with it, so I guess we are showing it.
I'm shrugging. I'm like,
And I'm taking out my tie and unwrapping the weird glass thing. What the fuck is this?
He picks it up and inspects it. I have no idea.
It was on the back of the neck of a necro unit that was
hurt like hell.
yeah, that too. It was a little bit murdery.
And big.
Yeah.
Oh, you met the combat one.
Yes. As I stretch my arm.
It
There was-
wasn't just a rumor then. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's
it's
okay.
fine.
Even
was
Nisa
fine.
got rid of it.
But then the cook was also a little bit weird with his cleaver.
Single-minded.
Yes, they tend to be that.
It seemed to be stuck on a butchering motion.
I would guess that he was probably programmed to deal with any interlopers or
Possible.
thieves. It's not uncommon. I have a butler that is programmed the same way.
But this weird thing, any idea what it does? It did collect
No.
the brain. So it did something to the brain. That's all I know.
The only thing I can tell is that it looks to have some type of electrical fluid in it. That's pretty much it. I'm not. I don't know much about the necro units. I know a little bit about maintenance, but that every owner of a necro unit should know that.
Would you happen to know of anyone we could ask about this?
Well, oh, he's deep in thought here. You could probably ask, like Sander. He's the one that I bought a few units from. He might know something if you're so interested, but he's a straight guy. He walks the narrow path. You know, it might be risky.
Okay. How do you write his name and where can I find him?
That's his full name. But yeah, you're basically handed like a business card.
I could use some new cerebral fluid.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't think he deals in computers.
Oh,
Cerebral fluid. Computers.
That is, by the way, the technical term for your type of necro unit. They're called computers because that's what they're usually used for.
They compute.
I might be able to replicate the fluid.
I would rather go to somebody who has,
Trade.
Less volatile.
well, like, they have it, you know, already pre-mixed and measured.
Well,
Someone who has a degree in this.
Well, I do
in-
have a degree in chemistry.
Yes, very interesting. In any case, I will bid you adieu. And he bows slightly and starts walking out.
I tip
Yes,
my cap.
have a good evening, Mr. Thornton.
I grab the bag of silver dollars and I'll count them.
Yeah, it's in the bag. There is like 3 small sections where you can stack silver dollars, and each section holds $50.
I'll hand everyone their share.
Quite a large pouch.
I'll get the
37 to each, I guess. Didn't you say 3 sections?
Yes, so it's 150.
37 to each, and we use the rest of the money to pay for drinks. I assume you guys want to keep drinking.
well, yeah. Or more like start again.
Yeah, like $1 will buy you like 3 cheap beers because beer is inexpensive. It's mass produced, and there's a wide range.
Well, I'll spend $2.50.
But I want whiskey.
Whiskey is a little bit more expensive. It's like
I would hope so. I mean, think so.
yeah, a generous pour glass is like $2. But whiskey is kind of hard to make bad, so it's usually like pretty fine stuff. Ebenezer, your gin and tonic is like nothing to you, basically.
Yeah,
Like
it's the only one I'm
your
having.
your money situation is basically covered from other means. You don't exactly have independent income, but we're gonna have to go over like what you actually have at some point.
My
I just
allowance.
forgot it. Yes.
You're a child?
No, but he has a patron,
Cool.
which is why he actually lives in a nice place.
Unlike other people.
Yes.
Well, I'm taking the locked box out of my backpack and I'm handing it to Dan. And just saying, open that.
I'm looking at you for a moment, kind of like, would it hurt to say please?
Actually, it might.
Shrug my head and start working on it.
Yeah. Give me a lockpicking check. At -1. Yeah, it takes you like 5 minutes because this is a really fiddly lock. It's not hard, it just takes time.
Yeah, it's not like complicated. It's just big.
Yeah, it's actually because it's like tiny.
It's tiny and it's
yeah.
probably a little loose.
Well, yeah.
But you eventually get it open, and when you open the box, it's a jewelry box. It's a literal jewelry box.
This is not surprising.
Audible mechanical whistle sound.
Yeah,
Is there any jewels?
there is a few. Like there's a pearl necklace, probably worth a bit. Quite a few rings. 2 of them are gold. There is a few rings that seem to have been made for a lady, and they hold like sort of low quality gems. Like one of them has like a fairly big onyx in it.
Can I estimate the values?
Yeah, if you have merchant. You'd estimate the value of these jewels to maybe about $500 total.
Oh, they are actually worth a considerable amount of money if we can find the right buyer.
Cool.
Yeah, you could probably expect about half of that if you sell it to a panhandler.
Yeah, would any of our criminal elements know any rumors about who might have an interest?
Do they does any of them things look like super unique?
No, they move like they're valuable and they look kind of nice, but they all have this sort of not super expensive quality to them. Like they're not like what a really wealthy man would purchase, for example, or wealthy woman.
So we could go to a sort of legal person to sell them.
You can't see like any identifying marks besides like the stamps for
The maker?
yeah. There's a maker stamp and there is a quality assurance stamp.
Oh, of course.
Basically all jewelry have some sort of identification so that you know that it's not fake.
Yeah. So we could just go to a normal jewelry store and...
Yeah, I assume we wouldn't get that much from a jewelry store.
Well,
Probably just as much as a pawn shop.
You'd probably get more from an actual jeweler store because panhandlers, or pawn handlers, depending, they like they generally pay less, but they don't ask questions.
so if we just... Maybe not everything at once to a legal person, so... Unless someone wants to keep any of this. Ebenezer, you have your person you want to give the dress to?
Yes, but I'm feeling a little guilty about taking it.
As you are all speaking to each other, like you're looking at the jewelry, the dress, and whatever. Like you all, like, let's see here. I would say it's probably Dan that looks up first, and he sees that there is a person sitting in the chair that Sylvester sat in. You do not recognize him.
I just raise my eyebrows and say, "Hello."
What?
Greetings, stranger. Please join us.
When did you come there? How drunk am I?
None of you
Um,
noticed him. He just appeared in the chair.
What the heck is in my whiskey?
Well, that doesn't mean I'm not going to be polite to him.
The man is dressed in very dark clothing. There is obvious leather work in like the chest area, and he's wearing like fine leather black gloves.
So,
And he has a scarf mask over his nose and mouth, so you can only see his eyes.
Well, Mr. Shadow, what are you doing here?
you must have been the one following us. Greetings.
He nods. He doesn't say anything, but he nods.
Any reason for your following?
He points at Noah.
Can you speak?
It's not polite to point at people.
I'm just like putting his hand down. Then point at me.
What have you gotten yourself into now, Noah?
Nothing new, probably.
He utters kind of silently, like almost in a whisper. He utters papers.
Oh. Oh. You mean the papers from the house?
I'm reaching for my pistol. As stealthily as I can.
Yeah, he mutters again very softly. The papers were my quarry, but you reached them before me.
Oh. Do you mind if I take some copies and notes of them?
If it leads to me getting the papers, then no.
I stop reaching for the pistol.
That's very kind of you. I'm going to pop into my room to make the notes.
I will wait here.
Friend,
What
would you
the-
like a libation?
Weren't those papers like erotic stories?
No, those were letters.
Erotic Twilight fanfiction?
No, those were the letters. There
What's
were also
Twilight?
Oh, only
summoning
Noah.
circles.
Yeah, only Noah knows what he actually is speaking about.
Yeah, I didn't actually show that.
I'm gonna offer to buy our new friend a drink if he would want one.
He just holds up a hand in like a stop motion.
And I'm going to make as many. I mean, I'm going to copy as many of the papers as I can and want.
I'm
The-
gonna
the-
switch to thermographic vision so I can see his face.
You can't actually. The mask is like hot from his breath and it's obscuring it.
Interesting.
He's been wearing it a while.
And he's probably been running from rooftop to rooftop.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't. He himself doesn't seem to be very hot. It's just that the general like heat of his breath is enough to obscure any kind of feature.
Well, now I know that he's alive at least.
Yes, he's very much alive.
I
Well-
switch off the thermo.
I would suggest that while Noah is copying, the rest of us do a small bio break.
All right.
I mean, I can also take the bio break.
Yeah. I should point out because it doesn't take you long to copy down what you found interesting.
It's like a few sentences.
It's margin notes. The rest of the paper seem to have no real connection to the more occult things. The thing that
Yeah.
takes a while is the summoning circles. But you've seen these before, so you basically just jot down the basics of it because you know the rest.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Yes. 5-minute break. I don't have to go out for a smoke because I have my vaporizer and I have no smokes.
I'm gonna go look for a snack.
Alright.
And I'm back.
Never left.
Toad, you back yet? Apparently not.
Your speaking made my screen weird. It's suddenly just a big black block appeared in the middle of it.
That sounds bad.
It sounds like just a pure graphics glitch.
Yeah,
I've
it
seen-
disappeared as I moved the mouse.
I've seen
Okay.
worse.
It was freaky.
Like I've my old computer. Like at one time when I was just talking in TeamSpeak, my second screen like just got all like fragmented. Like the graphics card had completely glitched out, but it only lasted for like a second.
Oh, if that happened to me, I would be like, yeah, crabbing green pigs.
My second monitor dies every 10 minutes. I'm used to it. I know what's wrong with it. I just don't have the means to fix it. The capacitors are fucked. It
Yeah.
just like stops blinking. It happens if there's like big color changes in it.
Yeah, for some reason that happens to my main monitor whenever I'm playing Helldivers. I have no fucking clue why it's just that game.
Then I don't know.
Were everyone back?
Still haven't heard Toad.
I'm back.
Okay.
I just had to set a timer on my tablet so I don't burn my soup this time.
Alright. Well, the strange man keeps you company for maybe half an hour while Noah writes down the stuff. Still takes a little time to write down stuff.
And the entire
Um,
time I'm gonna be trying to just start like polite conversation with him. And I
Yeah,
feel
he-
like I'll be rebuffed every time.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be a talkative type. Everything about him seems to be very, like, secretive. And it kind of puts you off, but he's not, like... it's just something that's off with him, and you can't put your finger on it. But once Noah returns, do you hand him the papers?
Yes.
Yeah, he takes the papers, looks at them quickly, rolls them up, and puts them in a satchel. And he holds out his hand, holding something to you.
Okay, I will put out my hand and hopefully it will not be cut off.
He puts a piece of vellum in your hand before turning around, and he walks into the wall. It looks like he disappears in a shadow created by one of the lanterns and just disappears.
Audible mechanical whistle. Who's
That
your new
was-
friend, Noah?
I know,
I'm nodding
Just
at the
as-
vellum.
I know just as much as you do, and I'm going to look at the thing.
It has it's a strange sigil that you haven't really seen before.
That'd make a nice tattoo.
It would actually.
But first, I'd like to know what it means. You know,
Like when Westerners get Asian tattoos that they don't know the meaning of the words.
Yeah.
And it's like fat ass or slut.
Yeah. This one, it doesn't look at first glance to have a direct meaning. It is probably a created sigil for a specific purpose.
Okay. I will put it in my pocket for later investigation.
All right. Well, you have been paid for your job. You are taking the night off and drinking, like you usually do.
Yes.
Ebenezer stops after the first drink, but he just sticks around and hangs out.
Yeah, tomorrow I should probably go see if I can get some cash for us from those jewelry.
Yeah, the hour gets quite late, and Septimus and Ebenezer, you head off to get to your place of residence. You can kind of keep each other company because it's sort of in the same direction.
Yeah, and eventually we'll just break off.
Yeah, and you get a rather late night. For Ebenezer, it's not really mattering, but you still need some kind of like rest or meditation because the way you work is basically, it's kind of tiring.
So how I
And
envision it
you're-
is my apartment's like really nice, but then I just walk into a broom closet and power down.
Did you
Oh.
take the dress?
Yes, I hung it up on a coat rack before I went to shut myself down.
Yeah, you don't quite shut yourself down. Your
Like a
body,
sleep
your
mode.
body, yeah, your body doesn't really need it. Like all you do is basically you shut off your visual and auditory input and just let your brain rest for a bit.
Oh, it's like a deprivation chamber.
Yes, because you don't technically sleep. It's
So
just
every
that
night I just trip balls. I'm down
Yeah.
with it. They can drink, I'll hallucinate and go on spirit journeys.
And well, Ebenezer, you pretty much find your bed pretty much instantly and just crash because you've been drinking. Or Septimus, get them.
Yeah,
Like you've been drinking. It's quite late. It's like 4 a.m. or something. And the next day comes, and
yeah, I need to make my roll.
What roll?
Let me just find it in the book.
Is it the roll to see if you explode in the morning?
No.
That would be an interesting roll.
no, it will be his nightmares.
Yeah, make a self-control.
What's your self-control number?
I don't know. 12, I guess. At least that's what everything else is.
You usually
I think it's real.
You pick your self-control number when you pick the disadvantage. 12 is listed value.
Yeah, then I'll just have 12.
So yeah, you do not have a restful night.
Yeah, I wake up a few times on the way, having nightmares about flames and screams of burning people.
What is it? You take a point of fatigue?
Yeah.
Yeah. I really should read up, but eh. But yeah, it's a new day, You all wake up sort of late because of the lateness of your sleep.
Yes.
But it's still like, it's like 11 a.m., let's say, about when you all have woken up. So, what do you do?
Well, I'll be going looking for someone to take the jewelry from our hands.
I'll probably be going to Lady Fiona's estate.
I'm sleeping an hour extra and then being groggy about everything and drinking my beer for morning because morning beer.
Breakfast beer.
Yes.
I'm having breakfast whiskey, and I'm trying to do some research on both the notes and the weird freaking sigil.
All right. Do you have any books that for the occult?
Didn't specifically buy them,
Well,
but
it
I
would.
think I might have some, leftover from when I was a kid.
You like as a background thing, you could probably have a few books that go deeper into the occult mysteries.
Yeah.
You get for the papers, you get pretty much the same information I already gave you.
They just don't work.
Yeah, like you can't really figure out why. Like they should work, but no one's managed to get them to work. For the sigil, you find no references.
It's probably some sort of company logo.
Septimus, would you please roll me? I believe you would roll a merchant check. Right. Well, you know of a place that does buy secondhand jewelry. It's not the finest establishment, but the owner does get by specifically buying used jewelry. Like it's kind of his entire business plan. And you don't really have to roll anything extra. He has a flat value that he buys everything at. He would buy it at 60%, which is better than a panhandler.
Yeah.
But it's still low enough to where he can sell it for a little bit more and gain something over the top. So you will get $300 worth.
Yeah, I was just opening my calculator, but yeah, 300.
Yeah, and you get them in like notes instead of silver dollars because he's a little bit of a higher establishment, so like he actually has banknotes and stuff instead of just coin.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Well, then I'll go to, what was it called? The Queen's Arms?
Yes, the Queen's Arms.
Because now I have money, so time to go on drinking bench. Hopefully get rid of those nightmares tonight.
That money isn't all yours, says a tiny voice in your head.
No, that tiny voice doesn't. That tiny voice is alcoholism, and it's saying, you can get really fucking drunk right now.
Oh, don't worry, I had some money already.
By the way, the summoning circles.
Mhm.
Where have I seen them specifically?
You read about them in passing when you were studying.
Yeah. So probably in at least one or more of my dad's rare books.
Yeah. You also think that they are very similar to something that you would probably have knowledge on how to activate, but they're not supposed to do the same thing. The ones that you know how to activate that are similar are supposed to bring you a spirit that is specifically for like favors. Like you can tell the spirit to do certain things, like spy on someone, for example, or fetch us something.
Get my slippers.
I mean, if you really want to, then I guess yes.
Bit of a waste of time, I would say, since the rituals take time.
Yeah.
Just depends on how lazy you are.
Yeah.
Are you
Well-
lazy enough that you would actually commit to working to being lazier?
As a skillful summoner could probably make those circles and summon the spirit in like 5 minutes.
So if the slippers are far away or lost, that could actually sort of be worth
If
it,
your
right?
slippers are a quarter mile away,
You forgot them in your summer house. God damn it.
And while I'm waiting for the others, I'll find that. Um, I guess you could call it instruction manual for the gun.
Yeah, it's a fairly simple deal. It works quite a lot like a normal gun would work, except that the striker is way longer than a normal gun. So maintenance might be an issue on it.
Oh, I'm sure I could figure something out.
Yeah, other than that, it looks like it would be fairly inaccurate because the barrel is short as hell and it fires way too big of a bullet.
So basically, it's like up close and personal.
Yeah, it's like if the designer was thinking about a shotgun but suddenly changed his mind.
personal defense weapon.
So yeah, it's a strange thing.
It isn't honorable, I tell you. Well, I would tell you if I was there.
Yeah, well, Ebenezer, you head off to Lady Fiona.
Now, what's her place like? Is it like? Oh, I assume there's a gate.
Yeah, there's a gate. She has her own lawn. Her place is like really nice. It's like high end as hell.
Super swank.
Yeah, she even has a little tower with a dock and a personal air balloon.
See, this is why I like her.
Yeah, it's not the fanciest thing in the world because it's only meant for like short jaunts within a city. But she has one. But the guard at the gate, he recognizes you and lets you through. No hassle. Doesn't even ask why you're here.
I tip my hat.
Yeah, he tips his hat as well. He's well raised. And you enter into the estate grounds, walk up to the bell, or walk up to the door, and you ring the bell. And Lady Fiona's living butler opens the door and greets you and bids you to enter. And he says he will call Lady Fiona. She is currently... Oh, what would she be doing at this hour? Oh,
Yes.
she's having lunch, actually.
I missed tea time.
You had tea time before you got here.
Okay, good. I was worried.
Yes. But she will be with you in about 10 minutes once she's finished lunch.
I assume there's a parlor to wait in.
Yes.
So I'll go to the parlor and I'll, like, smooth out the dress. And...
Yeah, there's actually like there's a ground floor study that she usually meets you in, has tea with you, and speaks to you about your day and stuff like that.
Then I will do that.
Yeah. And after about 10 minutes, she arrives and she's like, "Ah, Ebenezer, how nice to see you.
Good day,
What brings
my
you
lady.
here today?"
Well, I was on a job last night, and I came across this fine garment. Some of my associates wanted to cut it up, but I couldn't bear to see such a fine piece of art destroyed. I thought you might want it.
Ooh, yes, that does look very nice indeed. Although I am afraid the cut is not quite how it probably will not fit me. But I will say this: it will fit one. It will probably fit one of my friends.
I nod
So-
and I hand her the dress. Also, it should be noted, I'm brutally honest with Fiona about what I do.
Yeah, and she's quite accepting about it. She, like, once she got to know you better, it's like, she took a liking to you, and she never lost that. But she will speak to you for a while before it's time that she actually has to leave because she has business to attend to, people to speak to, and she will be sure to hand this dress to someone that she knows of a higher stature, and she will say that it is from you as a token of gratitude.
You are too kind, my lady. And I'll bow and leave, walk out the door, walk out the front gate, head to the bar where Noah and Danny lives.
It will take you quite a while from here on foot. The city is quite large, and you are currently in the very top bit of it. Like, you are only a stone's throw away from the palace.
Well, I enjoy walking this area, so I'll probably walk slowly through this area and then pick up my pace, but I'm gonna be on foot.
Right. Well, it's going to take you about an hour and a half to get back, or thereabouts.
Oh geez, this is cutting it close. Just make it in time for tea. So when I get to where they are, I'm probably going to immediately start setting up my tea kit and ask for
Yeah.
hot water.
The tender already has, like, he knows you. You've been here quite a few times, so he's actually taken the pain to acquire a tea set.
Nice.
Because you have demanded it a few times already, and, well, he's not a fine he doesn't own a fine establishment, but he's not poor. So
And I'm a returning loyal customer.
yes.
And your friends are even more returning and more loyal. And more customer.
Yes.
I'll be right back. I have to stir my soup.
All right. But yeah, eventually you were all together again at the Queen's Arms. Noah, you've done your little research, and yeah, Dan has started to wake up properly.
Well, guys, I was able to get 300. So here's 75 quits to each
Thank you.
in banknotes.
By the way, did you sell the box?
No,
Yes.
just that you. Oh,
Yeah, he took the
Also
box
the
as
box.
well.
Good, I guess.
Yeah, he didn't pay you anything for it, but it wasn't worth much to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, someone might have liked the lock, but he didn't care. So he didn't pay you anything for it.
yeah, okay, that's fine.
It was like one of those things that I probably shouldn't like mess with the deal kind of situations.
Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing that we got that deal rather than having to sell it to the pawn shop.
Yeah, you certainly got more than the box is worth. In any case, you're being served alcoholic drinks to those that drink, and tea for those that want it. I think some of you might even like if you're drinking tea with Ebenezer, uh, instead of a stiff drink, you might order a bit of rum to put in your tea, because that's the thing.
I might do that.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan.
Because I'm definitely drinking tea.
Yeah, we are Brits, right?
Oh, come again.
Yeah, we are Brits, right?
You're kind of Brits. It's like the country you live in has very much a British feel, like a very London kind of area. But fuck, I forgot what I named the place. But it's the capital of the country you're currently in.
Well, it has a Brit feel, therefore we drink tea.
Yes.
I actually wrote the place down
Oh,
somewhere.
splendid.
But
Because I didn't.
I have too many notebooks and things, and I can't remember where I wrote it.
Right. Well, if you can't find it, I will make up a new name for it.
I think it started with burn.
Well, I still have to write like quite a lot of the backstory of this place. So anyway, you're all together. You're having tea, and well, the only thing that is standing out from normal is that Noah has a bit of strange things that, well, they're off. Let's just put it like that.
Are they on paper? Or are they like talismans? Or I wasn't here.
She has the notes that she scribbled down, and she has the vellum piece with the sigil.
Yeah. And I'm probably still flipping through a book. Even though it's a book that I've read like a gazillion times already.
Any leads on our dark friend?
Well, nope. I literally have no idea what he is.
I'm sure you'll
Or-
figure it out.
Possibly. But I do think that this sigil is some sort of symbol of an organization or something, because it's nothing I've seen before, so it might be something new, made up. Or it's just something super ancient and weird.
As you are talking, the tender comes to your table because he's holding a oh, what are they called? The things you serve tea in, not teacups.
Tray. You mean the teapot?
Yes, he's carrying a teapot, and he's going to like he's obviously coming to ask if you want a refill. And Noah, do you have the note out or the piece of vellum out?
Yep, everything is on the table.
Right. So he comes over and he like, a refill perhaps, and
Yes,
then yes, and as he's been like bending over a little to refill your cup, the piece of vellum catches his eye, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were part of them."
part of who?
But you don't know?
No, a person gave me this yesterday. Last
Oh.
night.
Well, that is rather meaningful from what I know. That is the sigil of the Order of Ferrum.
Huh. And what do these people do?
I don't know. I've only met two of them. On business, obviously.
Were they weird, shadowy people with scarves on their face?
As they were both quite secretive.
Did they walk through walls?
Walk through walls?
Well, 2 walls.
What are you on about?
Oh, nothing. I think you might have something in your whiskey.
Oh. Should I check the barrel?
Couldn't hurt.
Alright. Anyway, I would be cautious with that. And he finishes refilling the cups that needs to be refilled. And he stands back up and I will check the barrel. It seems rather strange. I've never had anything weird in my whiskey before. And he like wanders off. His mind clouded by thoughts, probably about weird whiskey.
Oh, poor guy. So what was the order?
The Order of Ferrum.
Ferrum?
Yes.
Now I have something.
Isn't that... It's a metal,
Magnetic.
isn't it?
Yes, it's any type of metal that is magnetic.
Ah, okay.
I believe. No, that's ferrous metal.
Yeah,
Although,
isn't it iron?
oh, yeah, it's Latin for iron. That's where I got it from.
So basically, it's the Order of Iron.
Yes.
But fancier and more secretive. But now I have something to research.
Yeah, those of you that have knowledge occult can actually roll me now that you know the name. There
So,
is no penalty. Actually, I think Septimus also has it. Okay, so here we go. My internet was dying for a second. Okay, you both know of the Order of Ferrum. They have been mentioned in a few rather secluded books. Not much is known about them except that they seem to operate out of the city you're in. They have several branches in other cities, but this seems to be their main headquarters.
Oh, well, I've heard of it. The city is the main headquarter. I really didn't pay too much attention to them since uh, the information I found didn't really contain what I was really looking for.
yeah, I'm going to have to look into them a little bit more.
Yeah.
And why would they give you their sigil? Are you being
Probably-
recruited?
It might be just like an I owe you.
Yeah, I guess.
Or like a Bravasi coin.
Yeah.
All men
Where-
must die.
Where is this Bravosi place?
But like the tokens aren't worth anything if you don't know they're that kind of token.
Well, yeah. I guess if I'm sometime about to get murdered by one of them, I can just shove that in their face and maybe they won't murder me.
And
Or
shout
maybe
Vala Magulis.
Now, whatever that means.
The notes you have on them doesn't speak of them as an order of like assassins or anything. They're just
Weird.
they seem to have dealings with like people who are interested in like very strange ideas, and they seem like some notes mention that they might be information gatherers or something like that. But there's no recorded like there's no records of an Order of Ferrum person ever murdering someone.
So either they don't do it or they're really fucking good.
Yeah.
But let's just information gatherers. That makes sense. They wanted the weird papers.
He walked into a shadow.
I guess they have unlocked some information about something.
I wish I could walk into shadows.
To fill you in a little bit, people with shall we say special powers are not unheard of, but most of them are just rumors. Like most people are like well, like most people, it's just everyday people. Not a lot of people dabble with magic, even though it does exist. and it's in the higher stratas of science. It's actually a valid field of research. That is where technomancy stems from. That is where some of the more advanced airships come from.
Ooh. Yeah, I believe in magic. What about it?
You are a piece of technomancy, so you probably should be.
It's like an atheist in D&D.
Yeah.
Which was interesting to play when I did.
Or someone in real life who doesn't believe in biology.
There's no such thing as biology. It's just all imagined.
Yes,
Chemistry doesn't exist.
I hoped.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about as much as you know about the Order of Farum. You don't. There are. Septimus is actually knows this a little bit better than Noah, but there are mentions that if you know of them and you seek like an audience or something with a person that does deals, it's not terribly hard to get a hold of them. You just have to know who to ask. Some notes do mention that they're quite pricey if you wish to hire them.
Not
Well, I don't think we can afford to hire them.
That's
Well-
why we try to get a contract of work for them. They would pay us.
Yeah. Also, I don't think we would actually need anything from them right now. Besides, work. But they do sound like the kind of organization that would be very helpful to get along with. And honestly, I want to find them. Like right now. But maybe first we should go meet with the person who deals with the, what was his name? Lysander?
Yes, Lysander.
And ask him about this. And maybe at night time we could try and find them.
Just a moment.
We just have to find the least brightly lit part of the city.
Yeah, Noah.
Hmm?
There's a little part of you, that back part of you, that feline curiosity is itching.
Yeah, I really want to find them.
Yeah, it's not like you're gonna just go straight off and try to find them, but
Door to door.
there's that part of you that wants
Mhm.
to find out more.
Yeah, I definitely do want to find out more. But I feel like it might be a dark time thing. Maybe. I mean, it might be a light time thing.
Well,
It's
you
the occult.
honestly don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's like, maybe not.
I'm gonna go talk to the barkeep, innkeep, tavern keep.
Yeah.
Does he have a name?
His name is Yesiah. He doesn't have a last name. He is he's originally an orphan, so he hasn't adopted one.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to him.
Yeah, he's at the bar. He's like cleaning out a mug. It's one of those pewter mugs.
Did you
Weird
check?
things.
Did you check your whiskey?
Oh yes, the barrel seems fine.
Well, maybe it was something else then. This order you mentioned.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how one would go about finding them?
No, as I said, I've only met them twice, and they came to me. Both times they were seeking a person who I think his name is his name was Bolton. This is his last name.
Ramsey?
No, not Ramsey.
Roos?
No.
Goose?
Lewis?
Okay.
Bolton is all I can remember. It was some time ago.
Okay.
Do I know of any Boltons, like in the upper echelons?
Actually, it would be streetwise with a -4.
Let me roll that. Just in
No.
God damn it.
No, none of you have really heard of a Bolton.
I mean, I think we have heard of Boltons, but not any specific Boltons.
Yeah, there's like none like immediately spring to mind.
Like there's a baker and
To the telegraph book.
That doesn't exist.
let's check all the Boltons in the city.
Yes, in a city of over 1 million in population.
I got time, I don't age.
Actually, you do. It's just you age in a weird way.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we don't have time. Well, and anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm kind of surprised you actually want to look into them. They seem like dangerous people.
How long have I been living here? Have you not noticed that I am the cat who gets killed by curiosity?
Well, I'll keep an ear out if you want me to. I mean, you've lived here for long enough. I feel I owe you.
That would be helpful. And also, if you happen to remember the first name of this Bolton, just let me know.
I think I know a person I can ask. He might have had more dealings, but I'll come back to you that he's not in town at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. I go back to the table. Well,
You'll notice that Septimus has gone.
where the hell did Septimus go?
He left.
This is not surprising. Well, apparently the Order of Firm is, or at least has been, looking for someone called Bolton.
Bolton.
Well, that's handy.
Yes. I think finding the order might be easier than finding a certain Bolton we know nothing about.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a second. I go back to the tavern keep.
Hmm?
Do you happen to remember if the Bolton was a man or a woman?
Oh, it was a man.
Thank you. That narrows it down to like half the Boltons in town.
Yes. I think he lives in the area, if I remember correctly. He's been there once or twice.
Hmm.
That's why they came to me to ask. Apparently, he had been here like the week before or something. My memory is a bit hazy on the subject. It was some years ago.
Well, you can't possibly remember all of your clients anyway, so.
Oh, but I do try my best.
Well, thank you again. I go back to the table again. Well, we know one thing about the Bolton. It's a man.
Still doesn't really,
And also
when you're talking about.
he lives in this area. Or at least lived a few years ago.
Yes,
I mean,
still very helpful.
He might be dead. So,
You can actually do another streetwise check, but this time at -2. Because you have narrowed down a little bit of the information.
Of course, now I start failing the check.
Okay, so it like clicks for all of you. Like, right, Bolton of the Bolton gang.
oh, there's a gang!
Oh, those assholes. And then I apologize for swearing.
Are they assholes?
They are assholes. They are known about these parts for running like they extort people for protection money and stuff like that. It's like it's a very classic gang, sort of like almost gangsters, but they're not highbrow enough. They're mostly made up of like people who used to live on the street. But you know that they, if not far from here, they have like a place that they've managed to purchase at some point in the past, and they basically use it so everyone can just sleep in somewhere, because usually they don't have enough money to even go out drinking.
See, now I feel bad because I feel like these people are former orphans.
Some of them might be, some of them might just be people who've been thrown out on the street.
I think we should use a delicate hand.
Well, I'm not entirely sure if we even need to go looking for these Boltons. I mean, the one Bolton.
Septimus, what you kind of quickly figure out is that you could probably make a sort of recoil thing that basically prevents your hand from bending from the recoil. It's like all you need is a glove and like a piece of metal that is strong enough.
Or alternatively, but it makes the gun less accurate, you can weight the end of the barrel.
Actually, that usually makes guns more accurate. It's just that
it's harder to hold on target.
Yeah. It becomes much heavier.
Well, I'll start working on a quickly thrown together prototype.
Yeah, the easiest thing is probably just attaching a weight on the end of it. It would lower the strength requirement by 1, but it would also raise the minimum strength requirement because it's now much heavier.
I'm gonna be looking very closely when he does it, and I'm just like, what kind of barbarian needs 4 shots?
He's
at his workshop, right?
Yeah.
I'm not there.
Yeah, I'm not starting. I'm not starting to pull it apart in the bar.
But like you have the materials to make a fitted weight to it, and it's quite easy to make like a little clamp that basically attaches to the bottom of the end. There's no real barrel to attach it to, but you can quite easily attach it to like some of the imperfections in the metal and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I'm not strong enough to use it that way then.
Yeah. The making like a recoil glove, which is the technical term, would take a little bit more work, or you could make a brace. It's something that is used on slingshots in modern day, but it can technically be used for stuff like high recoil pistols or SMGs.
Oh, like those
I think
the two prong thingies that come back with
Yes.
the sling over your arm.
I think the original Uzi had one.
Jesus.
But yeah, you could make something like that, and it wouldn't take too much. You would have to find a way to attach it, which might take a little time.
Some thick leather straps, maybe. Something that goes over the buttstock. But I'm not there.
Yeah, I don't think it should be that hard to find a way to attach it.
Yeah, it's like you might have to drill a little bit carefully in in the top metal part, just in front of the hammer.
Oh, I just looked at it. It already looks like it has, like, on the back, something that you could actually use.
Let me check. Yeah,
That kind of looks like a gas port, though.
yeah. Although there is a pin just above the trigger, you could replace that pin with something that holds the recoil compensator. Shall
Yeah,
we say?
something like just a longer pin. That's actually a
Yeah.
really simple and smart fix.
It's not the most elegant thing, but it would work, and it's like cheap, and you have the materials and the skill.
Yeah, well, then I'll start the work.
Yeah, it's like it takes you like half an hour, maybe
Yeah, you
maybe
basically
an hour.
cut down a metal rod a couple times and then put a leather strap over the back. Call it good.
Yeah, it's like you can probably make it prettier, but it works.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a prototype.
Yeah.
But where are you gonna test it?
Somewhere.
Also, the next time I see you, I'm probably gonna ask you for one of those bullets. I just want to look at them.
Well, you know about rifle bullets.
Also, I know about metallic cartridges. And... Oh yeah, obviously, I have a gun.
Yeah, it's just like you chose flintlocks because they're more gentlemen, and they actually carry quite a good punch for being so cheap.
Yeah, 51 caliber. Thank you.
So,
It's-
Ebenezer, Dan?
Yeah.
Should we go visit this? What's his name? I forgot again. Lysander.
Yeah, eventually I need a good drink after finishing, so yeah. I'll return to the Queen's Arms.
So you're probably returning as we're leaving.
Yeah, you pretty much meet them in the door.
Oh,
I'm up for it.
hi Septimus. Where did you disappear to?
Oh, I just went back to the workshop. I figured I needed a bit of work.
You needed a bit of work?
Well, I needed to do a bit of work.
Oh. On what?
Well, I found a nifty gun and I figured that I should check it out. And, well, I started out by making a bracer for it, so it should be easier to use, but I'm planning on pulling it apart so I can actually make further copies of it, because it looks like it's a good up close and personal weapon.
If you get
Just
the ability to machine the parts for that gun, I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in your machine shop working on something else.
Well, we're just about to go and meet Lysander about the weird class thing.
oh yeah,
And also we got some sort of a little bit of information about this weird sigil here. And a lead to them, sort of.
yeah, we already know which order it is.
Yes, but now we know that they're hunting the leader of those Bolton ruffians that are a couple blocks down.
Or at least they were.
Who knows?
They
But
might
yeah,
have
Lysander
gotten him, I don't
sounds
know.
like the place to go.
Yeah, you actually know of the place. It's he's fairly well known for being like the work he does on necro units is quite fine. So it's like they're usually quite expensive. And his place is known as Lysander's Necrotics.
Also, while we're walking, one of you took a book, right? Did you?
Yes, I have a book that I believe has some value.
I have a book on necrotic machines.
Yes. I just realized we might have wanted to look into that book before we go there. But
I'd like to read it first. But I don't have speed reading.
no, I meant that maybe the book can answer our question of what the fuck is this?
Want me to take a quick skim?
Sure, I'll give you the book.
Search
But
for
I think it's not a standard thing, and I think this book only covers, like, basics or
Probably.
something.
That's possible. I know nothing about this subject.
Yeah, I'm hoping to read this book to Ebenezer. It seems like an interesting subject.
Yeah, it's worth noting it's quite a thick book.
Yeah, I'm basically hoping to take some skills related to these necro things.
Yeah, they are quite common, but the skills needed for construction, animation, all that are kind of rare.
It's like a
because
double
lot of people-
doctorate.
Yeah, like a lot of people also don't like working with the dead. Some people actually frown upon the use of necro units.
Yeah, but I figure it might be a good step on the way to know more about immortality.
I think I might actually have a good relationship with Lysander, because I probably, like, buy oil from him or something.
If he's the guy you go to for your maintenance, then yes, you would actually have a rapport with Lysander.
Oh, I didn't think he did the brain juice.
He does a bit of everything when it comes to necro units.
But if he does
Because
the brain
he-
juice, I'm gonna be getting my fluids changed while we're there.
Right.
That's not weird at all.
Well, Septimus, you scan through the book, and it seems to be fairly like it is literally just basic maintenance. There's a lot to read about it, and you feel you could probably learn quite a bit from it about the basics. But you can't see any mention of like external attachments.
Yeah, this is like a beginner's guide, and I think it would be good for, both me and Ebenezer. But yeah, we won't find the answers in this book, so yeah, we need to go to Lysander.
Yes, we definitely do. How far away is it?
Um, uh, it's quite far actually. It's like you can get there in 45 minutes maybe. It's like you know exactly where it is. It's not far from
It's like 3
Ebenezer.
miles away.
Yeah, something like that.
It takes about 15 minutes to walk a mile.
Yeah. If you're doing it in a reasonable pace. You can like march the mile, which makes it much less.
Well, if anything, I'm probably a little bit slower than usually because I'm looking in alleyways and such, looking for
A
the
darkness
sigil?
that's darker than.
Yeah, that. I'm looking for shadow men and the sigil everywhere.
Well, you see a lot of drunks and a lot of ruffians that are just hanging out. But you don't see any of the order.
I disapprove of the drunks. That's not how you're supposed to do that.
Yeah, you're supposed to lie down in the street.
Also, they sort of terrify me.
Oh, yeah, you also see like occasionally the odd beggar or like a necro unit carrying something on its way to some other place.
I will stop for every beggar and give them, like. Do I have change?
Yeah, you have quite a lot of change probably because it's something you usually do.
Yeah, I'll give every beggar, like, $50.
That part is already accounted for in your lifestyle, so we don't actually have to keep track of that.
Okay.
You're such a good person.
Civil service is our duty.
Sure.
But yeah, you arrive at Lysander's shop. It is open for business. It is still in the working hours. The shop, like itself, even like the windows with display items, are quite macabre.
Hmm.
There is like there is skulls. There is equipment for the animation of necro units. There's even one of these small portable programming computers that you've heard of. They are apparently extremely rare and expensive. And there is even a like a butler-esque necro unit standing in the window, just slowly like moving a little back and forth as it just stands there as a presentation item.
I'm definitely not freaked out by the skulls, and I mean that sincerely. But the other stuff might be a little bit icky.
You work with me every day.
Yeah, you are a little bit. Well, I'm used to you.
I
He-
enter the
he's-
shop.
And I'm used to skulls.
Yeah, Ebenezer is probably more strange and more uncommon, but he's not as unnerving.
I have a friendly face.
Yes, you do.
I'll
Actually-
enter the shop after.
You have a quite hideous face. It's just that your personal charisma is makes up for it.
GM's gonna make my robot man cry.
Well, it's more that like you're obviously mechanical. That's what gives you the hideous appearance.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it was like a happy-looking mechanical face.
No, it's quite neutral. It doesn't have any real expressions, which makes it kind of hard to read.
We could paint you a happy face.
Maybe later.
You instantly get the smells of embalming fluids and
Yeah,
a lot
this-
of
This is the part that I'm not a fan of.
yeah. It's quite a strong scent, but someone has tried to like disguise the smell with hints of perfume,
It
but it
probably makes it a little bit worse.
yeah, it makes the like it's like almost a chemical sting in your nostrils.
Yeah, this is so pleasant.
I agree. And I'm not joking. It's only strong
But-
smells that I can really smell.
Eh, kinda. Oh, did roll 20 die for a sec?
Yeah,
it
the
looks
red
like it
box.
died for me.
Oh yeah.
Links for me and immediately reconnected.
It's still reconnecting for me. Anyway, in the shop, you are immediately greeted by an elderly gentleman that Ebenezer immediately recognizes as Lysander. He's well dressed and usually well mannered, but he's starting to get up in years. But he's also probably the best person you've ever had to maintain your fluids, because he recognizes you as a person and not a machine, and he's probably one of the few besides Lady Fiona and your immediate friends that do. And as you enter, he says, "Ah, Ebenezer! I didn't think it was time already. Have you scheduled for next week?"
Oh, really? Well, I think it might be good now, because clearly I'm having some sort of memory problem.
Oh, yeah, that does not sound too well. Is it just fluids, or would you like me to look at your connections?
Fluids, and maybe just a can of oil.
Very well. Well, this way, this way. And he like motions to one of the back rooms. This one is not the one that he uses for examinations. It's more of a workroom, but it's a clean room.
Yeah, I feel like I'm still getting onto some sort of medieval-looking bed.
It's actually he sits you down in a chair. It's a rather like it's a stiff wooden deal. It's clearly not meant for people. It's something that he can use to sit necro units in and work basically. But he doesn't do reanimations in it because it's usually a fairly bloody thing, because the incision usually means that there's a lot of blood coming out. So, yeah. But he seats you, and he says, "Oh, are these friends?" He says, looking at the rest of you.
A pleasure to meet you. My name is Septimus Rumblebottom the Fourth.
Pleasure to meet you, Lysander. And he shakes your hand.
I'll shake his hand back.
I'll offer my hand. I'm done.
I'm Noah.
This guy.
Everyone just dropped out for me at least.
I was just saying, and I need to create a handout for this guy so I can remember.
Yes, these are my associates. We found something, by circumstance
Yes.
the other day. I think you might be interested in it.
Yes, and you might be helpful with it. And I take out the glass thing that's wrapped up in my tie from yesterday.
Oh. Was before?
I think you dropped out.
Oh. What did I miss?
We are presenting him with the
Yes.
weird glass thing.
And he responded, oh, it was not just maintenance you came here for? He looks a bit puzzled.
Well, I need maintenance.
Alright, alright.
We're just tagging along with this weird thing. Hope you don't
Hmm.
mind.
He picks it from your hand. It's like looking at it. I recognize the design, but I have never seen this sort of item before. And he's like turning it, looking it over, like adjusting his glasses a bit, just look into the vial. Where did you find this?
We found it on a necro unit that was damaged, and someone had just discarded it. They probably forgot about that one. I was looking for. I'm an inventor, and I was looking around for parts.
Oh, let's see here. What would that check be? I think that would be a performance check? No, actually, it's a fast talk check.
Anyone know what the default?
Since I don't have the energy to look it up, I'd say default is -4. IQ -4.
Let me just quickly scroll up.
Oh wait, -5. Actually.
Yeah, it's acting -5 or IQ -5.
Hey.
Nope.
Well, you're not the one speaking about finding it. He narrows his eyes and looks at you. Are you sure?
A military unit attacked us while we were looking through an abandoned building.
Ah. Yeah. It still does not explain this.
I'm looking at Ebenezer as if he's betrayed me.
I'm looking at him like, oh wow, we're that honest here? Okay.
Yeah, I'm slightly baffled as well.
I was going to leave out the part about us going through a building, but sure.
Where on the unit was this attached?
Back of the neck.
Yes, going into the brain.
Was it just above the cut or in the cut? And you can remember it was just above the cut.
Just above.
And these wires? They were connected to the base of the skull.
Yes. I will answer all his questions.
Yeah, and he looks like he's thinking. I might actually have heard something about these things. But to my knowledge, they are still in the experimental phase. They're designed to increase the apparently the self-reliance of the units, giving them more well, more like Ebenezer here, more free thought, and becoming more useful as a tool. But to my knowledge, these things don't seem to work properly. So I'm hesitant to say that this would be such a thing.
Well, the combat unit we encountered didn't really seem to be particularly self-reliant.
Hmm.
It was particularly aggressive.
That it was.
Well, that does conform with the research notes. That is one of the flaws of that they have discovered, is that they become more feral, more aggressive. It's more dangerous.
Might you take this unit and study it for a time?
I might, although this is still it's classified as military technology. I'm not allowed to research it. I'm honestly I feel obliged to hand it over to the proper authorities because it does not belong in a proper society, at least not yet.
So the military is doing this research with these things.
Yes, like most necro unit research, military is the leading authority on it. They are the most extensive employers and users of necro units. There's most of the research is done by government employed researchers.
How would a prototype end up in the hands of a private citizen?
Oh,
I put a hand on Noah's arm and will try to give her a shake of the head. That I hope he doesn't notice, but she does.
he notices it, but he shakes his head and is like, no, that's not possible. These things are not supposed to be even outside the laboratory yet.
And yet one attacked us.
Well,
That cannot be true. This must be a fake.
Lysander, how long have you known me?
Ooh, 50 years?
And have I ever lied to you?
Once or twice?
But I had good reason for those lies. I feel like I should advise you not to contact the authorities about this. It might lead to questions that could damage your business.
Yes, I see your point.
this does seem like something a respectable person would want nothing to do with.
Yes. Here, take it. And he
Thank you.
offers you.
Take it back.
Well, he brightens up, just discards the entire conversation. Fluids. Let's see here. We have. Hold on. I need to go back. Go to the back. I'm hesitant to use my normal fluids on you. Be right back. And he leaves the room and goes into what apparently is a storeroom in the back. Anyway,
Noah, when we get back, I think we should go to my workshop. I have something to show you all.
Sure.
And like a minute later, he comes back and he's holding like basically a mason jar, but it has like a spigot on it. Oh, well then, this shouldn't take long. Are your friends staying for the procedure? He looks at all of you, questioning.
It depends if Ebenezer is comfortable with it.
Why wouldn't I
do.
be comfortable? It's fully
We d-
natural.
Sure. We do have business together, so if you don't mind, we will wait here.
Very well, it shall not take long. It is a simple procedure, and he actually starts talking you through the procedure as if you might have some interest. He's just talking.
I actually pay attention just because if there ever happens to be a time when Ebenezer needs maintenance, when Ebenezer is supposed to be working correctly, this might be useful.
Yeah, I'm listening too.
Yes, in case I ever get shot in the head.
And I'm still the cat that gets killed by curiosity, so I'm also listening.
Yeah, the information he provides you. It's not really doesn't really make a lot of sense because it's just like he explains a few things about why this is necessary, and he explains sort of the process of getting to the container, emptying it, refilling it, and like where he doesn't seem to talk about any of the security measures that are in place because there's quite a few. Because usually you don't want someone to tamper with your computer.
Yeah, like when I'm sleeping, someone just comes in, drains my fluid.
Yeah.
That sounds bad.
He'll only do that when he's together with another nice necro unit.
Dry brains are bad
Oh, no.
brains.
Oh dear.
But yeah, the procedure takes maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. It's not really important. And he tells you that I will send the bill to Lady Fiona as usual.
I tip my hat.
Very well. Well, if you don't mind, I have some business to attend to. Yeah, I think I took a break from, and he starts wandering off in his own little world, basically just like absent-mindedly shooing you out the workshop.
He's gonna betray us. We need to kill him now.
Yes.
Well, it was very nice to meet you.
Yes. And like after he shooed you out into like the main room, the main shop room, he enters into another room and closes the door behind him. He's muttering something.
Is he always like that?
Yes. He's usually caught up in his work. Good man, Lysander. I knew him since he was a boy.
By the way, how much do we know about Lady Fiona?
About as much as Ebenezer has told you.
How much has Ebenezer told us?
Everything?
Oh,
No.
No.
Alright, so. No, you know that she's a nice lady of sort of nobility with a lot of money that has taken an interest in him and also runs a few orphanages in town.
Yes, I won it big at a racetrack one day, and I donated the entire winnings to an orphanage that she runs. And she took an interest in me, because I'm weird.
yes, you are.
She sounds like a nice lady.
So now we're going to go to the professor's workshop.
Oh, you
All
better
right.
say good news, everybody.
The professor's workshop is quite close by. It's going down east again a little bit, but not terribly far.
It should be noted there's a little bit of a jaunt in Ebenezer step now that he's had his fluid changed.
He feels refreshed,
Yes. Brisk, even.
like someone pressed F5.
Exactly.
Does he smell different?
You all have this lingering little chemical smell to you because it's quite pungent and it
Oh, yeah.
sticks to pretty much everything.
We all smell wonderful.
But usually Ebenezer doesn't actually have a smell to him besides occasionally he smells a little bit of hot oil.
You have to get pretty close to brass to smell it, but when you do, it doesn't smell nice. At least that's my personal experience with brass.
Yeah. Brass has a tendency to actually give off a smell when it gets hot, but you never really get that hot. Like your inner workings are so finely made that it tends to like keep maybe a 30-degree temperature with the right kind of oil.
Jesus, I could be overclocked.
No, you couldn't.
I'm joking.
Just as a side note, the amount of innuendo my teenager brain is generating from this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
Anyway, you arrive at the professor's workshop and it's still like mid-afternoon.
And
Is it
yeah,
2 o'clock?
I think you have already had tea time.
Yes, there's morning tea time. Oh, wait. Yes. Never
Yes,
mind. Right, okay.
It's closer to like 5 p.m. at
I
this
had
time.
tea before going to Fiona's, and I had tea at the inn.
So it's
Yes.
almost tea time again.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Well, you all enter into it's this big room. It's quite cluttered, and you see all sorts of machinery and tools and uh, what's it called? Those things that create heat. And there's even a
Furnaces?
and no, not
Burners.
yeah, burners, and there's even a small forge.
You know,
And
this is not a place Noah should be in. There's
there's
just
also
too much.
quite a few failed experiments.
Oh yeah, it's cluttered everywhere, and they're like half-built stuff.
Can I live
And-
here?
No.
Noah is picking up like the weirdest looking thing and turning it around, and poking it, and putting it back down, and taking the next weird thing and just
Yeah, the first thing you pick up is like this spring mechanism that all it seems to do is make the bottom part spin really, really fast.
I will inspect it.
I'm inspecting it. But
I
now
will
you
come
can
next
do
to
it.
you and I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it looks to be like a spring-powered spinning top, basically. It's pretty much all you can tell about it.
Ebenezer is looking over all the tools and the forge. He knows how to use these things.
Although probably in another setting.
Indeed. Is the forge big enough to... No, it's probably not big enough to found anything like an engine block.
No. It's I think the forge that the professor has is a little it's like a gas-powered blast furnace.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it can only like accept very small items, but it can get some pretty good heat.
Yeah, it's basically so I can use my smithing skills.
Yeah, but you can't make anything large in it. It's just too small for it.
Yeah, my Iron Man suit will have to be in multiple parts.
I just saw the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and a Nazi bulletproof suit. What is this check for?
I'm just looking around to see if there's anything I could possibly use.
Oh, there's lots of things.
It's obvious to design an airship.
Yeah, there's blueprints happening in my mind right now. But that's it, and I'm silent about it.
Yeah, the problem about your field of expertise is that it requires lots of work and lots of manpower.
As Noah's done with the spring-loaded thingy, I'll pick it up and I'll be like, Septimus, can I have this?
Oh yeah, that one failed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll pick up a
Look at it.
random thing and ask, "Can I have this?"
Maybe you should put it down. Last time it had a quite negative effect when it came near certain metals.
Yeah, I point at the giant label on it, which is volatile.
I'll
It-
put it down.
It's like the brass cylinder that has like a pulley on it, and it's sealed. And the top of it is like the ferrous metal. It doesn't look very dangerous.
Looking at it, Ebenezer wants to leave the building immediately. Professor, you had something to show us.
Oh yeah, just a second. I'm walking to one of the burners and I'm putting some water in it and putting it over. Like I'm going to heat water to tea.
Yeah.
I check my watch, and I say, oh, thank God.
I don't think that's the thing you wanted to show us.
Oh no, of course not. Well, I'm pulling out the pistol and the ammunition. Inside the house, I found this one, and there was instructions for how it was used. I did find it quite interesting because this is like that Necro unit device. It's military technology, apparently, and uh, experimental, new.
Well, to explain this a bit more, it's not military technology per se. It's just that the military is the most common users of the metal cartridge because metal cartridges are kind of expensive.
But they're all weather.
Yeah. The gun itself, it's more of a one-off thing. It's probably custom made. It's not something that anyone would really use because it's just so unwieldy.
Okay. Well, I did find this, and I've never seen this design before. I did find it quite interesting, and coupled with the Necro unit device, I think they are linked in some way. Maybe he had connections to inventors, including military inventors.
Maybe he was under military contract.
That does sound like something I want to know more about, definitely. For a merchant, he really had some weird stuff. I mean, I guess it's not completely unusual for merchants to get weird stuff, but his weird stuff is
Do we know
Kind
how
of-
he died?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I don't
Um,
think.
No, I don't think he
Sylvester
ever said
mentioned.
it. He just mentioned that he was dead.
I feel like if it was a spectacular death, Ebenezer might know because he usually reads newspapers.
Yeah, you gather since there was no news about it. It probably was either some sort of rather unspectacular accident or possibly just natural causes.
Or possibly something the government had to cover up.
Conspiracy theory! I think I might want to ask Sylvester some more questions about this. Him, the merchant who's dead. At some
Well,
point.
Sylvester is an information broker. That's what he does.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
I have
Get one's attention.
it's like
But yeah. We can still continue if you want to, but it might be a good place to end for now.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to end.
Yeah, I also think that Axel might have school tomorrow.
yeah, but
Also,
so,
the new show starts in 10 minutes.
Yep.
What new show?
Acquisitions Incorporated CT.
Oh,
With Jerry Holkins as the GM.
That's a free plug, Hyper RPG. You owe me.
To the 5 people who might be watching.
Yeah, no, it's 2. So I think we should all say goodbye.
bye.
Bye.